El universo, materia y energía. En el origen, un elemento indispensable, el hidrógeno. El elemento químico más abundante presente en el 75% de la materia. En el futuro, contribuirá al cambio para construir un planeta mejor. Pero sobre todo, el hidrógeno es ahora. Ahora que es clave para un 2050 descarbonizado. Ahora que la economía verde es la base para promover el desarrollo sostenible, una industria más competitiva y la utilización responsable de los recursos. Ahora que países, empresas e instituciones nos damos la mano para construir una Europa más solidaria. Ha llegado la era del hidrógeno renovable. Seguimos la hoja de ruta del Plan Europeo REPowerEU, con oferta y demanda que se conectarán gracias a los corredores de hidrógeno, fundamentales en el desarrollo de una red troncal. H2Med se ha posicionado como el primer corredor de hidrógeno renovable de la Unión Europea. Enagás ha realizado un primer test de mercado con el objetivo de obtener un análisis contrastado del potencial del hidrógeno renovable en España. Se han producido importantes avances regulatorios, como el Paquete Europeo de Descarbonización de los Mercados de Hidrógeno y Gas. En España, el Real Decreto Ley 8/2023 de 27 de diciembre contempla que Enagás podrá operar como gestor provisional de la red troncal de hidrógeno y enviará a la Dirección General de Política Energética y Minas, en un plazo de 4 meses, una propuesta de desarrollo de la infraestructura troncal de hidrógeno con un horizonte de 10 años. El desafío continúa. Avanzamos juntos para alcanzar los objetivos fijados por Europa. Pasado, presente y futuro de un elemento único. El hidrógeno es ahora.
Un aplauso, por favor, para este fabuloso vídeo tan informativo que me ha traído a la mente aquella respuesta que dio Richard Feynman, ya sabéis, el premio Nobel de Física, cuando en 1961 le plantearon el siguiente escenario. Imaginemos que un cataclismo destruyera todo el conocimiento científico de la humanidad, pero tuviéramos la oportunidad de transmitirlo a las generaciones futuras en una sola frase. ¿Qué frase sería? Los que no conozcan la anécdota están diciendo, madre mía, ¿qué frase podría ser esa? ¡Qué responsabilidad!, ¿verdad? Hay que pensarlo bien. Pues bien, Feynman también lo pensó y contestó, Everything is made of atoms. Lo dijo en inglés porque era americano. Todas las cosas están hechas de átomos. Y el hidrógeno, teniendo el átomo más simple, hecho de un protón y un electrón, tiene el inmenso poder de poder construir o contribuir a construir un planeta mejor. Sí, ahora las empresas, las instituciones, los gobiernos, las naciones, sabemos que el futuro que queremos es posible y que podemos avanzar juntos para esa Europa más solidaria, más sostenible. Y lo estamos haciendo porque el futuro es ahora. La realidad es que la era del hidrógeno renovable ya está aquí. Por eso insistimos en que el hidrógeno es ahora. Y para compartir con vosotros los avances a nivel europeo, nacional y de Enagás en 2023 y los planes y retos en ese sentido para 2024, os hemos invitado a todos aquí hoy. Así que, buenos días y os recibimos. Es un placer recibiros y daros la bienvenida al segundo Día del Hidrógeno. Mi nombre es Elena de Fuentes, y es un placer estar aquí de nuevo para presentar esta segunda edición. Ahora sí que pueden aplaudir, ahora sí, qué nervios, qué tensión. Como sabéis, tenemos unos hashtags. En primer lugar, daros las gracias a todos por venir hasta aquí, tanto en el auditorio como los que estáis en streaming. Muchas gracias por acompañarnos. Tenemos varios hashtags con los que podéis interactuar con nosotros y compartir vuestras impresiones sobre lo que acontezca aquí hoy. Ya sabéis, hoy especialmente Enagás, Día del Hidrógeno. If you rather write in English, please do so with the hashtag Enagás Hydrogen Day. Y también tenemos el hashtag que usamos durante todo el año, que es nuestro claim, hashtag El hidrógeno es ahora. Ya sabéis. Así que tenemos un programa muy intenso y muy interesante, pero, como es habitual, y antes de entrar de lleno en el mismo, para darnos la bienvenida en nombre de Enagás, es un placer pasar la palabra a su presidente, Antonio Llardén. Bienvenido. Antonio.
Bien, buenos días. Es un placer darles la bienvenida al segundo día del hidrógeno de Enagás. Quiero agradecer especialmente la presencia hoy aquí de la vicepresidenta del Gobierno, Teresa Ribera, para inaugurar este evento. El hidrógeno es ahora. Un vistazo al patio de butacas confirma que es uno de los temas del momento. Representantes aquí de empresas de los diferentes sectores, de industrias, de las administraciones, de empresas europeas, de la Unión Europea, de centros de investigación, de medios de comunicación. Además, me dan el dato que parece que ya tenemos conectados por streaming más de 1000 personas. Muchas gracias a todas y a todos por acompañarnos hoy aquí. Hemos preparado una jornada que confiamos esté plenamente a la altura del enorme interés que ha despertado. El tema de la jornada, el hidrógeno es ahora, porque el hidrógeno renovable o verde responde plenamente a las prioridades de Europa. Y Europa va a estar muy presente en todo lo que se diga hoy aquí. Una de ellas, sin duda, es la autonomía estratégica, una necesidad que se ha puesto de manifiesto, especialmente, evidentemente, a raíz de la invasión rusa de Ucrania, pero que antes ya estaba latente cuando tuvimos que enfrentarnos, por ejemplo, a la pandemia mundial que rompió todas las cadenas de suministro, o ahora con una serie de conflictos armados en diferentes partes del mundo que pueden poner en riesgo estas cadenas. Además, los acontecimientos que van ocurriendo en el ámbito geopolítico, como digo, no hacen más que reforzar la importancia de que Europa sea cada vez más autónoma y con una mayor soberanía energética, tecnológica y también industrial. El hidrógeno va a jugar un papel clave. Lo va a jugar como vector autóctono y autónomo, lo va a jugar desde un punto de vista de inversión y desarrollo tecnológico y tiene también una gran potencia para transformar nuestra industria y para contribuir a la reindustrialización de Europa, además de ser también una oportunidad para la península ibérica, para España y para Portugal. Por supuesto, el hidrógeno verde es imprescindible en el desafío de nuestro siglo, liderado por Europa, la descarbonización. Para alcanzar las cero emisiones netas no podemos solo jugar la carta de la electrificación, no porque no sea necesaria, es indispensable, pero no es únicamente posible hacerlo todo con ella. Tenemos que utilizar también el hidrógeno renovable, puede ser además una de las llaves que nos ayude a descarbonizar sectores claves como la industria o, por ejemplo, el transporte, y hablaremos bastante de esto hoy aquí. Europa es consciente, muy consciente de ello, y está haciendo una apuesta muy firme, como demuestra el objetivo ya conocido para el año 2030 de 20 millones de consumo de toneladas de hidrógeno renovable, como Repower European Union nos recordó. 2030 está a la vuelta de la esquina. Solo faltan 7 años. El hidrógeno ya no se conjuga en futuro, sino en presente. Cumplir este objetivo de los 20 millones de toneladas, 10 de ellas producidas dentro de la Unión Europea y 10 importadas, exige anticipación y acción por parte de todo nuestro sector. Anticipación y acción. Por ejemplo, el H2Med. Hace un año era un proyecto en ciernes que acababa de nacer en la cumbre euromediterránea de Alicante, fruto del acuerdo entre los gobiernos de España, Portugal, Francia y la presidenta de la Comisión Europea. Ahora el H2Med, y este es un ejemplo más, está ya en la lista de los proyectos europeos de interés común y estamos trabajando muy activamente en ello junto a los Transmission System Operators de Portugal, de Francia y de Alemania que están aquí presentes. 2024 va a ser un año de importancia crucial. En los próximos 12 meses vamos a vivir más eventos y más avances que en los últimos 12 años. Con este segundo día del hidrógeno de Enagás tenemos la vocación, que ya tuvimos en el primero, de ayudar a vertebrar el debate sobre proyectos clave, infraestructuras, ventanas de financiación, impacto económico y social, y a contribuir a seguir avanzando con todo el sector. El hidrógeno es nuestra apuesta de futuro como compañía y, sobre todo, es un proyecto común y una magnífica oportunidad para España. Estamos extraordinariamente posicionados para convertir a nuestro país en un hub de primer nivel y estoy convencido de que no vamos a perder este tren. Tenemos una agenda apretada, muy apretada realmente. Hoy hemos concentrado aquí una cantidad, si me permiten, de talento y de personas con experiencia que los que hemos venido es a escucharles y a poder sacar conclusiones. Vamos a dar ya paso a la inauguración formal y, en primer lugar, el vicepresidente ejecutivo de la Comisión Europea, Maroš Šefčovič, que no ha podido estar físicamente presente con nosotros, pero que ha tenido el detalle de querer participar en el evento de forma telemática y nos ha hecho llegar este mensaje.
Good morning to all.
Buenos días a todos los asistentes a este evento en Madrid. Es un placer estar hablando con ustedes en este segundo día del hidrógeno de Enagás. Y quiero agradecer a los organizadores y me disculpo por no poder estar presente ahí. El hidrógeno va a ser fundamental dentro del Pacto Verde Europeo, sobre todo en algunos sectores donde no es posible llegar a las cero emisiones netas, que es algo que estamos incluyendo dentro del programa de Repower EU. Tenemos que asegurar un futuro descarbonizado y esto se conseguirá gracias en parte al hidrógeno. Y por eso estamos centrando este diálogo en la industria del hidrógeno y por eso vemos que hay grandes oportunidades para identificar los retos y las posibles soluciones que hay a nivel europeo, donde estamos estableciendo un cuadro, un marco para poder trabajar y progresar. Por ejemplo, tenemos un acuerdo político sobre el paquete de descarbonización de gas e hidrógeno que va a crear las condiciones adecuadas para seguir progresando dentro de este sector. Vamos a revisar los reglamentos de la Unión Europea para identificar los proyectos transfronterizos que nos van a permitir alcanzar nuestros objetivos, al mismo tiempo que daremos la oportunidad a los inversores de abordar también estos retos. Estos proyectos de interés común van a permitir la producción, almacenamiento, exportación y transporte de hidrógeno de bajo carbono y verde, y esto va a permitir a las grandes industrias descarbonizarse. El primer grupo contiene muchos proyectos, de los cuales varios están ubicados en España. Van a recibir algunos procesos de aceleración de los permisos y recibirán también respaldo financiero desde el mecanismo de la Unión Europea para este tipo de mecanismos, este tipo de proyectos. Esto es vital en un momento en el que hay una fuerte competitividad a nivel geopolítico, donde no podemos permitirnos ser ingenuos ante una transición, unas políticas de transición verde muy agresivas en otros lugares del mundo. Por eso hemos lanzado la primera subasta para la producción de hidrógeno el pasado mes de noviembre. Esta subasta de 300 millones de euros con los auspicios del Banco Europeo durará hasta febrero y respaldará los proyectos más competitivos en el sector del hidrógeno. El hecho de que se trate de una subasta a nivel europeo supone que protegerá la integridad del mercado, pero sin una infraestructura adecuada y puntual no podremos cumplir la promesa que nos ofrece el hidrógeno renovable. El hardware está representado en la parte física, está representada por las infraestructuras, tiene que ver con los electrolizadores y otro tipo de instalaciones. Por eso hay que estudiar más en profundidad el factor de las infraestructuras. Recientemente he anunciado la intención de reforzar la colaboración entre los actores fundamentales, entre los distribuidores, los productores y los distintos fabricantes de subestaciones, por ejemplo. Estoy convencido de que la cooperación en esta planificación será fundamental. Esto nos puede ayudar a generar una Europa neutra en carbono. Y con esto me gustaría darle la palabra a mi colega Teresa.
Bien, como ha dicho el vicepresidente Šefčovič, para inaugurar esta jornada presencialmente tenemos el inmenso placer y el honor de contar con la vicepresidenta tercera del Gobierno de España y ministra para la Transición Energética y el Reto Demográfico, Teresa Ribera, a quien cedo la palabra.
Buenos días a todos. He oído a mi amigo el vicepresidente Šefčovič y me he puesto de pie inmediatamente porque forma parte de las características de su forma de ser. Es un vicepresidente estupendo. Tenemos la inmensa suerte de contar con alguien como él, que no solamente le pone compromiso y trabajo, sino que es capaz de movilizar, de facilitar el que todos estemos dispuestos a avanzar por una mejor Europa. Y esto es uno de los objetivos de esta iniciativa, esta posibilidad de construir un futuro, una economía del hidrógeno, en la que todo el mundo puede aportar, pero donde Europa tiene mucho que ganar desde el punto de vista ambiental, desde el punto de vista laboral, industrial, económico, social, desde el punto de vista de una relación mucho más equilibrada, mucho más sana con el exterior, tanto en relaciones comerciales, mucho más equilibrada, reduciendo la dependencia del exterior, como relaciones volcadas en el cómo compartir conocimiento y cómo facilitar acceso a formas limpias de energía en todas partes. Se trata, por tanto, de una estupenda ocasión, no solamente de hablar de política energética, de infraestructuras, sino de algo que quizá nos permita introducir otros elementos clave, como decía antes, desde el punto de vista de la construcción de un proyecto en común, de la geopolítica, de la innovación y de la construcción de un mejor futuro. Es un momento muy adecuado de celebrar este segundo día del hidrógeno de Enagás. Quiero dar las gracias a su presidente, a su consejero delegado, a todo el equipo de Enagás, pero también a todos los que habéis venido hoy a Madrid a participar en esta sesión, a compartir experiencias, preguntas y a permitirnos colectivamente aprender a resolver muchas de las cuestiones, las dudas, los desafíos que todavía tenemos por delante. Es un momento, decía, muy favorable para poder consolidar lo que hemos hecho hasta la fecha y abrir un nuevo capítulo que nos acerque a la realidad del hidrógeno cada vez más. Lo hacemos a principios del año 2024, después de una serie de éxitos, de avances muy notables, no solamente desde el punto de vista regulatorio, también desde el punto de vista de la conformación de los equipos en cada una de nuestras instituciones y de un fin de año marcado por lo que yo calificaría como un hito impensable hace no tanto tiempo, a pesar de que probablemente formaba parte de lo que pudiéramos calificar el elefante en la habitación. Me estoy refiriendo a la COP de clima celebrada hace un mes y medio escaso en Dubái, donde pusimos un mensaje clave, fundamental, destinado no solamente a gobiernos, a instituciones, al sector público, también a inversores, al sector privado, a tecnólogos, a centros de investigación. Debemos acelerar la transición para superar los combustibles fósiles, dejar atrás una prosperidad basada en combustibles fósiles y buscar la forma en que esa prosperidad encuentre soluciones energéticas confiables, viables, asequibles, limpias. Y digo que es el elefante en la habitación porque obviamente esto era algo que formaba parte de lo que desde hace ya mucho tiempo, demasiado tiempo, se venía subrayando por parte de los expertos, de los investigadores, de aquellos que a la hora de analizar las causas que están detrás del cambio climático subrayaban el especial protagonismo que tiene la quema de combustibles fósiles y que, por tanto, a pesar de que podamos buscar muchas creatividades en torno a cómo seguir empleándolo durante mucho tiempo o menos tiempo, lo cierto es que el camino más sencillo, más accesible, más inteligente es precisamente buscar alternativas. Una señal a países, inversores, empresas que es clara y que no cambiará la realidad de un día para el otro, pero sí la irá cambiando de forma profunda y debemos gestionarlo de forma inteligente, de forma hábil, de forma socialmente justa y de forma que nos permita identificar, activar y hacer crecer las oportunidades. Y este es también el escenario que nos marcamos en este inicio de legislatura en nuestro país. Seguro que una legislatura compleja, como lo fue la anterior, por otros motivos, pero donde Europa y cada uno de los Estados miembros de Europa tenemos que hacer nuestro mejor esfuerzo para seguir construyendo ese proyecto en común. Y, de nuevo, el hidrógeno, la profundización de una respuesta europea a los desafíos energéticos, la capacidad de estar más conectados, de forma que allí donde pueda surgir un imprevisto encontremos oportunidades, alternativas para resolver ese imprevisto, que quizá es una de las grandes lecciones aprendidas después de la invasión de Ucrania por parte de Rusia y la crisis que vivimos en torno al gas natural.
In Ukraine and other situations that we are seeing around, all this will determine the agenda for the coming years and the results of the elections after June 2024 at a global level, at a European level, and also at a national level in Spain. This is seen and understood as a great opportunity, both economic, energy-wise, social, environmental, and also as a great opportunity for building common projects. In Spain, this is something that has been dealt with for many years in research centers, in spaces that were handled and led by experts. They are a reference now for building the new hydrogen era. But we have also been studying what hydrogen might represent in the face of the challenge of decarbonization. This has enabled us to respond very quickly with several proposals in the past 2 years. And it has also allowed us to provide better expectations for the 2030 horizon in the new national plan. Our best estimate from the government is that we will be able to produce 81% of our electricity from renewable sources, but also that we will be able to be protagonists in terms of decarbonizing certain consumptions where electricity won't be enough, thanks to hydrogen, considering the estimates by the International Energy Agency regarding the capacity of the renewable energies related to the hydrogen. We know that this is going to be an important factor. This is an effort that requires activating several changes at the same time, and this is why we have wanted to combine not only the launching of the different tools that will be important for handling hydrogen, but also reinforcing those tools that will enable us to have renewable energy and the capacity of absorbing and incorporating those renewable energies into the networks, starting by the transport networks, in order to devote a great amount of the resources for the recovery plan to make the yearly investment viable, because we are already devoting a great amount of resources to the power transport. But also we want to enable the connection of this power network to those places where they're already doing a lot of work in terms of these renewable energies. In the power grid, we are aware that we need to review the planning of the networks before 2030, not only in order to be able to devote a lot of resources to this, but also to provide a new look and feel of our country, since we are becoming a country that is more and more based in renewable energies, to be able to enjoy the different capacities in terms of hydrogen gives viability to the electricity system.
We need to think in detail how to make this happen. Labor requirements, technical requirements that might be needed, where we need to train people so that we can continue imagining which solutions are necessary to some of the questions that we can't answer right now. This is an opportunity. This is a train that we cannot let go by in terms of infrastructure, human capabilities, institutional context, regulatory context. This is something that we cannot let go in terms of industrial opportunity. Taking into account the current moment, the National Plan for Energy is increasing ambitions, objectives up to 11 gigawatts compared to the 4 gigawatts that were contemplated in the previous roadmap. We have taken important steps in terms of regulations. We have seen in the initial video the commission that we have received that was given to Enagás as the entity responsible for the presentation of a proposal in terms of the hydrogen connections and infrastructure. But it is not the only initiative. In March 2023, we approved a system of guarantees in terms of renewable hydrogen, and we also stated the statement of utility in terms of renewable gas. We know that it is still a novelty. We need to incentivize. This is why we introduced the exception of charges with regard to the units that are generated hydrogen. And we also launched 2 specific programs. 260 and 265 million euros were invested, pioneer projects in terms of green renewables, with 150 and 150 in both calls. One has already been celebrated, the other one will be soon. We know that investments needs are significant. We need collaboration between private and public sectors. This is already happening. We know that the expectation, the opportunity of working with colleagues from other member states of the European Union is there, and it is being used, taken profit of. I want to highlight, as done before, the positive results of Spanish projects, among those selected by the European Commission, the 2 green hydrogen PCIs, those that have to do with choosing technological projects, and also those that show the value and the industrial component of hydrogen projects. This has just started. We have to continue working. Our horizon has to allow us to fulfill the renewable and hydrogen package that has been approved during the Spanish presidency of the European Union. We have to introduce these dispositions within our national laws, as other member states are doing, and we have to design the hydrogen transportation networks, taking into account specific requirements, access conditions to the integrated grid, to be able to guarantee the good connection between the different grids. We know that the connection, the establishment of a European network of hydrogen is essential for those who are representing the different institutions that are collaborating in the hydrogen backbone network. It is essential to take into account that collaboration is a must, collaboration between companies, administration, and other stakeholders, taking into account the long experience that is necessary in this scenario. The development of green hydrogen is being consolidated. We know that there was no specific regulation in the past with regard to hydrogen networks, and this is going to change with the approval of the new directive. Our priority right now is to work on the transposition of the hydrogen directive and the Fit for 55 package that hasn't been included in our national laws for the moment. Almost a year ago, we established the Hydrogen Counseling Group with a strong participation by different stakeholders that help us understand from the different visions, positionings, interests of the private sector and the technological sector, how, when, what do we have to do to be able to do this as best as possible in the most agile way, the will of all Spanish people. This counseling group is being very efficient. On Monday, we presented the conclusions of the main 4 work groups that started in summer 2023. With this group of recommendations, we will be opening the next stage to be able to move forward in the transposition of the necessary regulations. As President Šefčovič said, in November, the call was opened for those entities that are interested in hydrogen project that will be very interesting. During the next months, it will be essential to develop the absorption plans of the recovery scheme to be able to move forward in terms of the repower and also in terms of the resolution and notification process in the subsidies scheme with regard to hydrogen. This is key for us, for all participants, for everybody, because this is new territory. We are starting to work there, learning from each other, sharing experiences, making sure that we're doing this as best as possible. I would like to thank the fact that not only are we going to know today the different developments and progress of the stakeholders, and also the progress made from the European Commission, taking into account we will have the presentation of results of the call for interest launched by Enagás with regard to where and how we are making the opportunities visible in Europe. In summary, I would like to highlight optimism, the positive conviction that this opportunity that we see in the horizon, not only to be able to solve technical problems, but also to be able to launch common interest projects in a broader sense in Europe, a European project that is shared by all and focused on a simple molecule such as hydrogen. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias a la vicepresidenta tercera.
Thank you very much to the third Vice President, Teresa Ribera. Thank you to the Executive Vice President of the European Commission and the President of Enagás for this institutional opening. As the third VP was saying, everybody has something to bring forward, especially with regard to European and national institutions. We all agree on this, and as the president of Enagás was saying, key words have to do with anticipation and action. For this action, as the executive VP of the European Commission, infrastructures are key within this sector and this scenario. If we look at the agenda, we can see what is going to happen next. We will have 3 presentations and 1 roundtable before the coffee break at 11:30. Then we will have 2 presentations and 2 roundtables before lunch at around 2 p.m. Then we will have the afternoon session. Let me remind speakers that they have a timer at the end of the room so that they are aware of time. Some of them were here last year and they know this. And also I would like to remind the audience that this event will take place mainly in Spanish, but we will also have some presentations in English. We have interpretation available for English and Spanish. If you need a headset, please make sure that you get it from the team in the room.
Need the translation. Channel 1 for Spanish, Channel
1 Spanish, Channel 2 English.
Take them back when you leave, devolverlos, porque como lo hicisteis también el año pasado, hemos podido organizar este evento.
Last year, everything ran smoothly, and it is important to please give back your headsets.
Pregunta, ¿todo claro? Sí. Pues vamos a comenzar.
Let's start with the European vision of the hydrogen market with a speaker who was with us last year. She is the director of the energy policy from DG Energy from the European Commission. She's going to give us the vision on the hydrogen market in Europe. It is great to have her with us again. Cristina Lobillo, welcome.
Muchas gracias, Cristina. Bienvenida.
Buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everyone. President of Enagás, CEO authorities, and all the participants here at the second day of hydrogen organized by Enagás. Thank you for inviting the DG of Energy, the Energy Policy Department. It is an honor for me to be here to be able to explain the European vision, as Elena said, and also to be able to learn from all the other presentations. I would like to start by speaking about the energy transition. As the previous speakers said, it is an honor for me to be speaking after them, the Executive VP and the third VP of the Government of Spain. The energy transition is unstoppable. It doesn't happen only in Europe, it happens all over the world. The energy transition hasn't even stopped during the energy crisis of previous years. As you know, in 2023, we installed 73 additional gigawatts in renewables, 70 wind and the rest PV. This entails an increase of 18%. Renewables amount to 45% of the energy mix in the European Union. In 2021, they only represented 37%. The government VP has referred to the COP, and I would like to mention not only the great success of the commitment regarding the phase-out of fossil fuels, and Ursula von der Leyen, the Commission President, launched another initiative to multiply by 3 the renewables and by 2 energy efficiency. And we have many countries that committed towards this initiative. And of course, this is essential in terms of hydrogen output. Let's have a look at the objectives and the strategies of the European Union in terms of green hydrogen output. As you know, the European Commission is very transparent. We publish everything. We have an impact assessment that is part of the Fit for 55 packages that shows the goals for 2050. In this impact assessment at the European Commission, we've highlighted that approximately 10% of the final demand of energy by 2050 will be of decarbonized energy. Hydrogen has an important role to play here. Green hydrogen is a clear alternative, especially for those sectors that are difficult to decarbonize. Within this legislative framework, what have we done to finance this market? Well, we have also made significant efforts in the international context. At the DG Energy, I have never seen a stronger commitment towards the production of hydrogen from different countries. Let's start with objectives. It is true that the European Commission, in terms of energy policies, adopted this commitment first with ambitious objectives. Together with this, we also have the Repower EU that was a response to Putin's actions threatening our energy independence, and we introduced the objective of 20 million tons, 10 internal, 10 import. We also have the 6 gigawatts of electrolyzers by 2025. It is ambitious. We've also introduced a full regulation by 2025. This was also be achieved. The use of hydrogen in steel and shipping and transportation sectors, the creation of hydrogen valleys, and of course the creation of an infrastructure that covers the whole European Union by 2050. With regard to the regulatory framework, it is a full regulation of the green hydrogen market, almost, because in December I could participate at the trilogue conversations, and we reached a political commitment with regard to the decarbonization package. The legislation in terms of green hydrogen is very important. We've reached this political commitment. The proposal will be adopted and included in the official Gazette on the 23rd of May, and with this we have finalized the legislative framework. This legislation supports the creation of optimum infrastructures for green hydrogen and also the foundations to be able to launch a market. It also includes a definition of low emission hydrogen, and at the Commission we have to adopt a delegated act to be able to set these criteria. These package also includes other mechanisms, solidarity amongst them, and it has also launched a 5-year pilot program within the Commission to be able to get to know what is the demand of green hydrogen within Europe. We need this information, and the regulation has set the legislative framework to be able to launch this project. I myself will be responsible for this project to be able to obtain this information. This legislative proposal includes the certification of renewable hydrogen, important for imports, and we think that with this we have completed the regulatory framework. In terms of financing, this has also been referred to by previous speakers. I'm not going to go into detail, but as you know, the largest source of funding is the PCIs. Last year we adopted the 6th list of projects. For the first time, we're including the mutual interest projects, including neighboring countries. Out of 166 projects, 65 have to do with electrolyzers and hydrogen. H2Med, of course, is one of these projects. I don't have to highlight the importance of this project. It's going to be mentioned several times during today, but for the European Commission, it is a fundamental infrastructure network to be able to move around hydrogen. It will join Germany, Portugal, and all the other countries in between, and we hope that Spain will become the most important hub of hydrogen within the European Union. This list still has to be confirmed by the European Parliament at the end of March at the latest, and from then onwards we will launch the processes to be able to give financing to those projects that need it. We also have the PERTE projects with more than 1.5 billion euros. And of course, the Bank of Hydrogen that was launched by the President of the European Commission with the opening of the auctions in Europe, and we expect to get results in April. Very briefly, in terms of the international context, I think it is important to highlight the following. The European Union has organized many events and discussions with third countries. We have explained the regulatory framework in detail. We've signed MOUs with Egypt, Morocco, Ukraine, Azerbaijan, India, Uruguay, Argentina, among others. With these countries, we have a framework. They want to produce green hydrogen and export it to the European Union as quickly as possible. Within the Bank of Hydrogen, we're also trying to develop the international part with an auction mechanism to be able to support the imports of green hydrogen. All of this within the Team Europe project. This means that all member states have to work on the funding and contribute towards this objective of 20 million tons, 10 internal and 10 import. We're also working with the H2 Global German initiative that sets a mechanism to be able to support green hydrogen imports to the European Union. And we're also collaborating with international financial institutions, the European Bank of Investment and other stakeholders that are going to be supporting the production and import of green hydrogen. Today is a long day. I don't want to make my presentation much longer, and I want to conclude with three main messages. First of all, the energy transition is unstoppable. Hydrogen has an essential role to play. And then with regard to the words of President von der Leyen in the port of Hamburg, she said that when she started her mandate 4 years ago to talk about hydrogen by 2030 was wishful thinking. And now it is real, it is here. And I just wanted to quote these words. Thirdly, how can we do this? Well, as we have done with regard to the energy crisis, to be able to fight the invasion of Ukraine. Well, working together, all member states with regulators, this is the only way, joining forces so that green hydrogen in Europe and around the world is a reality. Thank you very much.
Gracias a Cristina Lobillo por
Thank you very much to Cristina Lobillo for this global vision of the European approach to hydrogen market. Let's take away the wishful. Let's just stay with thinking. So it is a reality. And now, as was expected, this is a surprise that has already been revealed. Many of us are here to be able to hear the results of the call for entrance launched by Enagás, to be able to have more information regarding the Spanish hydrogen backbone network. We have the CEO of Enagás, Dr. Arturo Gonzalo, who will be presenting these results. So welcome.
Arturo, deseando escuchar los resultados. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Elena. Buenos días.
Thank you, Elena. Good morning, everyone, for being here with us, both those of you who are in the hall and those who are following this event online. We believe that this is a very important day for Enagás, but we also believe that it is an important day for all the actors who are involved in this commitment to turn the value chain of hydrogen a reality in Europe. We have had an excellent opening with the words of the president of Enagás, the third vice president of Spain, and the executive vice president of the European Commission. And I think that they have given us a vision of commitment, of betting on this, of turning this into a reality. And Kristina, of course, thank you for giving us this vision of the European framework, which is necessary to understand what's going on and to decide what's coming up next. So today I was supposed to be here with Natalia Latorre, who is the General Director for Energy Transition in Enagás. Unfortunately, she is going through a very tough personal situation, a loss, and I would like to send her our best wishes and my personal best wishes. at this time. As we said last year, on the first day of hydrogen, 2023 was going to be the great year for hydrogen, and I think it was that big year. What Cristina Lobillo has told us is a very good example of how everything is moving forward at a pace that even goes beyond our expectations. These have been very intense months. The coming months are going to be even more intense, and as we will see in the agenda that we have ahead of us for today. In 2023, as Kristina pointed out, there were several important regulatory milestones, but I would like to remind you that about 1 year ago, we were talking about the guarantees of origin of hydrogen, and a few months later, we were transferring these guarantees. In June, we already learned that the draft for the updating of the PNIEC that puts Spain at the forefront of the renewable energies with the 11th gigawatts from the electrolyzers that were mentioned before by the third vice president were already being updated. And we launched in September the call for interest for the needs for hydrogen infrastructures and other molecules, and I will go back to this later on. We have had a year that has been very fruitful at European level in terms of regulations and policies, and also at a European level we saw a very important moment when it was agreed, there was this political agreement about the directive and the regulation about hydrogen and decarbonized gas. This really wrapped up half year of the Spanish presidency that is really worth commending. At the same time, the first list of PCIs was published. There were several projects that Enagás submitted, and we are waiting for the final publishing of such lists, and this will enable us to move forward to request the funds for the studies and later on for the building of the infrastructures. At a regulatory level, as the Vice President also mentioned, we are giving a lot of importance to the Royal Decree 8/2023, where Enagás is designed as the manager of the hydrogen backbone, and we are enabled to represent Spain in the building, in the creation of the network of distributors around Europe, ENNOH, and there is a mechanism that will enable Enagás to develop the backbone network within the PCIs. These initiatives are very much in line with those of other member states, and they will enable us to remain at the forefront of all these projects and all these initiatives. A year ago, we said that we were going to launch this call for interest in order to get to know the true reality of the renewable hydrogen market in Spain, the expectations, the needs, and this is what we did in the second half of the year between September and November. For us, it is very important to convey trust to all the participating actors. This is why this process has been open, non-discriminatory, that has been audited and verified by Bureau Veritas. We have had a very good reception thanks to the commitment that you have acquired, many actors within the value chain of hydrogen, and I would like to thank you all for this support. The support that the gas distributing companies have provided, the regional governments, the different companies, the public bodies, and research centers and the hydrogen valleys. This has enabled us to have these results today, and they reflect the reality of the time in which we find ourselves in terms of these emerging markets in Spain. We have had 206 companies that were registered, out of which 45 were producers, 40% as consumers, and 15 of them were marketers. There was a total of 650 projects, 65% of which were about production, 20% consumption, and 15% of marketing. Now we're going to go into the detail of the data. We have arranged them in 3 main scenarios. The first of which is called the maximum potential. This reflects the total of all the projects and registered volumes that were registered during this call for interest. And when I finish delivering this presentation, this will be registered at the CNMV, and you will have it available. The second scenario, well, this gives us very important figures, up to 7.9 million tons per year and 1.4 million tons per year of national consumption, among other main figures. We have identified an middle scenario, or that is called call for interest, which encompasses about 2.5 million tons per annum in terms of production, 23.3 gigawatts, and around 1 million tons per year in terms of national consumption. This scenario of call for interest, we have got it thanks by identifying the more mature projects that fulfill at least one of the 3 following conditions: whether they have already signed contracts for the purchase of hydrogen, they are in the phase of building or development, or that they are in the phase of being handled with other developers that have already been created. So this is a sort of a maturity filter, if you want, both in terms of national consumption projects and export projects. We do not include the self-consumption projects that will not need, in principle, any needs for infrastructure. So what we call the base scenario gets from the previous scenario those that are mainly focused on national consumption. As you can see here, the base scenario is very similar to the upgrading proposal of the PNIEC. And this entails about 1.6 million tons per annum in terms of production, a power of 13.4 gigawatts of electrolyzers that at about they're very close to the figures of the PNIEC. So this is really supporting the proposal for the upgrading of the PNIEC, and it also includes around 1 million tons per annum in terms of national consumption. So how is this spread geographically speaking? As you can see here in the map, we have selected for this presentation the scenario that we call the call for interest scenario, the medium or middle scenario, and this reflects the capacity of Spain for producing renewable hydrogen in order to serve the national demand and also to provide volumes for export infrastructures that have been designed. This reflects the Spanish potential for becoming one of the main or the main green hydrogen hub in Europe. This is the consumption aggregation points. including 1 million tons per annum, approximately. As you probably know, Spain has around 600,000 tons of consumption of gray hydrogen. This means that by 2030, the Spanish industry will have moved forward greatly in terms of transforming this gray hydrogen. This is much in line with the commitment of the net zero emissions by 2050. And there will be other uses by then that are not currently connected to gray hydrogen. As we can see both in the production map and the consumption map, these activities are quite heterogeneous in terms of their spread around the national territory. This brings up a need for an infrastructure that can really articulate such the needs of the different actors within the territory. In a map that can actually summarize the production aggregation points, you can see the different locations of the different activities within the hydrogen value chain. And if we overlap the proposal for the PCIs that we have submitted to Europe, we see that there is a good match between the infrastructure proposal that we have presented for the PCIs and the great areas for production and consumption that come up from the call for interest. This, we believe, is a very good news. Because it supports the proposal for the PCIs. It also supports the analysis between costs and benefits that was carried out by the European Commission. And also, at the same time, it shows that there are other areas where there is a potential for building new additional segments within the national network. I would like to indicate that this proposal for the infrastructures includes the part related to Zamora that was also added to the submission for the PCIs. And now we are assessing this data. We are determining the potential for these new areas for production and demand so that they can also be incorporated into the final proposal that we will be elaborating with the ministry, supported by the Royal Decree 8/2023. We are also studying additional areas where there might arise new infrastructure needs. We clearly see that there is an area of production and demand aggregation in Andalusia, and there's an area where there is a great concentration of projects in the region of Castilla-La Mancha, extending its influence towards Madrid, and also another area where there's a great activity that crosses the community of Castilla-León from Zamora to La Rioja. These are the areas that we are dealing with at the moment. It's also important to highlight that with this map of the aggregation areas for production and demand, we see that there are activities in all the Spanish regions. We believe this is important because of all the implications this has towards the economic development and the impact it might have on the territory. And we will discuss this further throughout the day. The vision for 2040 is a step forward from what I have just shown you. We are displaying here all of the projects that have been submitted for that date. And I would like to highlight here that for this year, for 2040, we can see very clearly the potential of the connection, the international connection between Algeria and Morocco. There is an interest to have on that year, the backbone infrastructures as an entry point for the inflows coming from the north of Africa. In 2040, the consumption will raise up to 1.5 million tons per year, and I'm referring to national consumption here. As the third vice president said before, and we have already heard several times, primary transport infrastructure for hydrogen is not only important for Spain, it's also important for building a future European network that will be a guarantee for decarbonization, sustainability, and also strategic autonomy for Europe. And this is the result of the effort of other TSOs at a European level, some of which are here with us today, in what really represents a big cooperation effort between the member states, the European Commission, and the TSOs that gradually are grasping this opportunity of working as key TSOs. What we see here, this main corridor with the different connections between Portugal, Spain and France, etc., it shows that we are talking about a European hydrogen network that has the great ambition of articulating around renewable hydrogen the whole territory of the European Union. We will have a round table where we can discuss this further, but I wanted to highlight this European network idea where the backbone infrastructure proposal that we're launching from Spain really fits very well. We have already announced that we would be including other molecules that are included in the value chain for renewable energy. In particular, we have been asking all the actors within the market for the needs in terms of infrastructures related to renewable ammonia and CO2. The response has been extraordinary. We have, in the case of ammonia, we have received several calls for expression of interest for receiving 5 million tons of green ammonia per year. This production involves consumption of 900,000 million tons per year, and there are 41 companies that have shown an interest in having the infrastructures needed for transporting about 4 million tons of green ammonia per year. In this map, you can see the main zones of areas of influence where you can see the interest. And regarding CO2, we have received the answer of 37 companies that are interested in CO2 sequestration, that in up to 10.4 million tons per annum of CO2 to capture. And there are 53 companies that are interested in having the infrastructures for handling, transporting, storing that CO2. This is the first time that we can have a real snapshot based on very specific projects about the needs that are coming up. And I think these are really coming up very quickly, in particular regarding ammonia and CO2. All this is related to certain investments. And I have to remind that back when we made the presentation of the PCIs, with the estimations that we had back then, where, and these are the best that we have up until now, we are talking about an infrastructure in Spain, a linear infrastructure of about 3.7 billion euro, 1.2 in terms of underground storage facilities, total of 4.9 billion euros, And in terms of the connections of the H2 Med, the investment represents about 2.5 billion euro. In these calculations, we have not included potential new segments. And at any rate, we want to highlight that the final estimation will depend on the planning processes, the binding planning process that will be carried out by the Ecology Transition Ministry, based on the non-binding proposal that we need to present by the month of April this year. Regarding the timeline, the most important thing, we have already discussed several things. We have the most important thing is the definite list of the PCIs. Once this is approved by the European Parliament, probably around the month of March. Later, in April, it's very important for us to see the presentation of this non-binding proposal for infrastructures. And you need to note here that the scope for this is 2033. The data that we have shown today is up to 2030, but we will be working in detail with the ministry in order to push this date up to 2033. At the end of this process, we will have a binding planning in which all the elements, the steps, the phases will be set by the Spanish government. I will finish with some conclusions now. First of all, I would like to thank again the support, the participation of all the actors that have enabled us to have very high quality information. And the most important message here is that the result of the call for interest fully supports both the proposal for the upgrading of the PNIEC and the projects that were submitted by Enagás towards the PCI project by the European Commission, and that represent a solution that is fully backed up by the market regarding the needs of foreign infrastructures of Spain in this field. We have seen that there is a very important element of territorial articulation, because we have seen that there are projects coming up about consumption, about production in all the Spanish regions. We have seen that Spain is showing this potential for becoming a great European hub in terms of production and consumption of green hydrogen, but at the same time that we need to become the main gateway for the green hydrogen produced in our neighboring countries, in particular from the north of Africa. And finally, we are starting a process that will be guided by the Ministry of the Spanish government. But when we see these results, I think that we can say that the infrastructure for the transport of hydrogen in Spain is taking a big leap forward to becoming a reality. So thank you again for your attention. Thank you, Arturo. I will ask him to stay with me on stage because, as he was saying, we will have a round table now. And so we will have some chairs here and we will be discussing this topic further. Arturo, I was listening to you, and this was a sort of déjà vu from last year when we were talking about all this prediction, all these forecasts, and you are here showing us these results, and we are very proud. We are very happy also to see the response of the reactivity of the market. And as you were saying, in order for this hydrogen network to become a reality in Europe, infrastructures are key. This has been also said by Dr. Maroš Šefčovič and Ms. Teresa Ribera. And now we're going to have a chat with the main European operators who are here today in order to discuss this further. So, Arturo, You're going to be 7 on the stage, so I'm going to ask you to take a seat here. I think that you're going to be sitting down here, and we're missing a chair around here. Now, let me introduce our speakers. I think that we need a final chair here. So please, Arturo, take a seat. We're going to be calling the speakers in the right order. Please make sure that you are sitting under your picture. The moderator will be called last and sitting down next to Arturo. And I have to remind everyone that you have the timer in front of you. We will be discussing the role of infrastructures in the development of hydrogen in Europe. First of all, we will have the CEO of GRT Gas, Mr. Pierre Duvieusart. We also have Mr. Dominique, the CEO of Teresa. We also have Rita Galli, CEO of DSFA. Rodrigo Costa, CEO of REN, and Frank Reiners from CFO of OGE, of course, Arturo Gonzalo, and
one of the most actors in the hydrogen industry. As you all know him, he's the CEO of Hydrogen Europe, and he is Jorgo Chatzimarkakis, who is going to moderate this fantastic roundtable that will be in English. So please now a round of applause for everybody. Thank you so much. And Jorgo, whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Thanks very much indeed. And when I came here, I was wondering, can it be better than last year, Arturo? Because last year was the first time this claim, hidrógeno ahora, so it happens. And I was a little bit wondering what would happen. We had last year the breakthrough when it came to H2 Med politically. You personally played a role. And I have to say, I am absolutely satisfied. It's even better than last year because we are entering into that doing. As you all know, there is no transition without transmission. And that is why the superstars of this hydrogen doing, the hydrogen reality, are here. And of course, I would like to, I mean, you can see the names, but I would like to start with you first, Arturo, in discussing not only the potential. We saw the big potential. We saw that Spain will be a giant because you have the production, you have the consumption, you bring it all together. You have wonderful people in the European Commission. You have a government that is committed. Where are the bottlenecks? What's the problem? What could be the problem? Let's talk about this also, because I personally am 8 years now with Hydrogen Europe. I enjoy that. I have been born in Germany, in Duisburg. I live in Saarland, which is very close to the French border. The first trans-border project in hydrogen is exactly in my region. In both towns where I live and where I come from, steel. I'm half Greek, so we will talk about Greece as well. But in summer times, out of family reasons, I am in Spain, so in one of the wonderful islands we have. So it's definitely, I have somehow an overview of everything. And that's why I know it's an up and down. Where are the bottlenecks, Arturo? Because we have lived a wonderful year. We have lived this fantastic big dialogue with President von der Leyen, with Mr. Šefčovič, Maroš Šefčovič, who invited us. By the way, he stayed 5 hours with us. It's not just announcing and then leaving. It's staying 5 hours, down to earth, writing down the problems. Mr. Šefčovič has a nickname, Implementovic. And this is, yeah, but for us it's important because hydrogen has been put high on the agenda by Frans Timmermans, a visionary who went to Netherlands. Maybe it's not a bad coincidence that now, out of the vision, it comes to realization. But what's in our way?
Okay, Jorgo. First of all, thanks for making this moderating role of panel, and thanks, colleagues, also for being here today. Jorgo, you know, I think we should focus on what's happening and not so much on what's hindering things to happen, you know? I think we are doing our homework. I think Europe is doing its homework. In 12 months' time, we've done wonders, but things are not going to happen by themselves. We have to make them happen. And that means, first, creating alliances. This is going to be done by like-minded actors ready to take the initiative, and I think this panel is a good example of that. H2Med is becoming a reality despite all difficulties, because the political will is there, because Europe needs it. We cannot afford failing. So, of course, many things have to be done, but we start to have the building blocks. We have now the directive. We have the PCI's list. We have the resources getting ready to finance our initiatives. Of course, that there is still a lot to be done, but we are making things happen. Things are becoming a reality, and H2Med, and I think we will have the opportunity of talk a little bit more about that, is an example of that. H2Med is moving forward at cruising speed. We are delivering, and we are committing all stages that we announced, and we are showing that despite the difficulties and bottlenecks, when Europe puts in motion, things happen, and we are ready to do what's necessary to make things happen.
I like this spirit of let's not look at the bottlenecks. I like it. Let's look at what we can do, and it's true. Huh? Despite the bottlenecks, and there were some, and I will mention one now, we need to go forward. One big bottleneck has to do with Germany. Frank is here, and he represents one of the huge TSOs. And I was in in the town where I'm born because the Dutch king came to Duisburg to visit. It's a town with the biggest fluvial harbor, river harbor in the world, biggest steel production. And the king of the Netherlands, Nienke is here, I'm looking at her, came to verify whether the Germans would buy the hydrogen, because the Dutch are building all the infrastructure. The port of Rotterdam, biggest port of Germany, by the way, because all the energy comes via Rotterdam, whether they really would buy it. He came with a big delegation. It was the day where the German government announced the core network, so the core grid. 10,000 kilometers of hydrogen pipelines, money, 20 billion. Until 36.
32.
Wonderful day for me. King comes to my town. It's not a rich town. And the vice chancellor announces this huge thing, which for Europe is important because Germany, there's no doubt, is the pull market. Every study says if Germany would fall away, Spain still would be a very, very big hydrogen country. But it's different. The H2Med would not be needed, by the way. So Germany is the pull factor. And then, a few weeks later, the Constitutional Court of Germany says, no, 60 billion, cut. You German government have no access to the 60 billion. It's not constitutional. Frank, that's a big bottleneck, no? Yeah. Because we have heard about H2 Global, which was considered to be one of the big elements of the hydrogen bank. Gone. I'm aware of this. How do you react to this? What are basically the repercussions on your daily business at OGE?
Yeah, thank you, Jorgo. Firstly, I can confirm that Spain will be a giant in hydrogen. We also believe that, and we are also convinced. Spain is already a giant in football, but will also be a giant in hydrogen, absolutely. Jorgo, indeed, what you said, we have constructed this core grid. Not constructed; it's not in the ground already. But we have made the plans, and we know where the core grid would, how it looks like, and how we connect all the borders, the entry points where the hydrogen would come from, And as you rightfully said, it has around 10,000 kilometers. And it will be privately financed. So therefore, in first instance, we are not that worried about all this turmoil about money and spending and debt break. It's a big topic in Germany currently. The only thing what we still need from the government is that we have to bridge at the beginning a financing gap because, yeah, as everybody can imagine, we cannot charge the first customer with the full cost of this infrastructure. Yeah? Then it's prohibitive, and then no industry and nobody will connect to that. And yeah, there we are working on, I must say, solutions which sound good and also hopefully lead to something where we can work with. That's number one. The second issue currently is, but I think that's in many countries, that we are still suffering from this low interest phase, which is now behind us. But the regulatory returns which are provided in Germany and allowed, it's not only for potentially hydrogen, but also for gas and electricity, are just too low because they are still based on this phase in the 2020s, where interests were low. So if we can solve that with the government and we are in talks, then we are optimistic that we will have something maybe by May, a law and regulation. And then this core grid will, yeah, then we as TSOs, in Germany we have more TSOs, it's not that easy as it is in Spain. So it's also a bit competition, but then we can apply for this core grid and everybody can build something, and then I'm very optimistic that we can also move forward. And we want to finalize it, it's ambitious, but we want to finalize it by 2032 already.
So 32 is the date where the core grid needs to be filled. So we will come to that, how to find the hydrogen to be put into the core grid, because first people come and criticize it's oversized. Why do you need 10,000 kilometers in Germany? Where are the customers? So chicken and egg dilemma, but we will come to how we overcome the situation with concrete plans. Let's come to Portugal. In Portugal, we have a situation that this country was a front runner, absolutely a front runner. To what extent, because you made the first auctions, I remember the first auctions on hydrogen, Portugal. To what extent the H2Med project, where your Prime Minister was super important to support it, boosts the Portuguese hydrogen plans? How much are you involved here?
Well, let me start by congratulating Enagás, because I have to say this. It's absolutely impressive, the work that Arturo, Mr. Llardén, all your team have been doing for this, because I think you took a role that outpaced anything we could expect, because you guys have been the driver, and what we saw today, it's the result of that. We came a long way. Of course, we provide an humble support to what you are doing. We all do. But it's just impressive how far we came in such a small amount of time, and especially under so much turbulence in terms of politics, in every country. Portugal, Spain, Germany, France, everywhere we have big challenges. As it has been said today, there will be no hydrogen system without the infrastructure. And this is why since the beginning, we have been betting in this project. On the side of Portugal, we believe we can have the ambition to produce, 2 to 3% of the total needs of Europe. From these 20 billion tons, we believe we can produce that. Now, it means that we can produce probably 4 to 5% of the total European amount that can be produced in Europe, which is big for a country like us. We always say that we are 1/5 of Spain, and what we saw today here, it's not too far from that. Probably a little bit less, but if we want that to happen, and today we have in the region of Sines, in south of Lisbon, and in the north of Lisbon, a little bit north, we have a lot of projects for production, for utilization of hydrogen, and also we are developing the infrastructures, because REN does gas and we also do electricity, we are working on both fronts to make sure that we enable our industry to move on. But nothing will happen without this new infrastructure that we have been talking here. And I think, the question is how much time it will take to really start the work. We are on a project phase. On the side of Portugal, we are well advanced. We need, of course, the political support to get this done. Our country has political challenges at this moment. We will have elections in more or less 1 month. And after that, we will see how fast we will move. We are putting all the pressure we can for our government, for our stakeholders to understand that if we don't take part of this opportunity now, we will lose the train. And I think, and Europe also cannot lose this train. We have to move faster and faster. It's very costly. The numbers are extremely impressive. I am very worried about the technology still, because we need innovation. And this innovation needs to happen in every step of the way. And we need also industrial supply. Where will the electrolyzers come from? How are we going to store the hydrogen? There is only 1 or 2 examples of large tankers to move the hydrogen, which is, an advantage for, a gas pipeline. But, we're dealing with these challenges. I think we understand very well the responsibility of making sure we don't miss this opportunity. It's key for the energy transition of all our countries.
I think I'm very grateful, Rodrigo, that you mentioned also some of the bottlenecks. Technology, yeah, technology indeed. Also scale. We are at an early stage, scale, and also money. Political will, I think it's overarching, and it shows that here in the western part of Europe, southwestern especially, the political will was one of the drivers to bring it forward, but also the entrepreneurial courage that you had, Arturo, yourself. And money, you mentioned funding. It is an issue. Huh? Maroš asked, I think 2 weeks ago, why are there no FIDs? We gave you the targets. We gave you everything. Where? And I said, Maroš, and dear politicians, how can you expect, without a real hydrogen bank, with the first tender of 800 million, without final legislation, where is the definition on low and ultra-low carbon hydrogen? It's not there yet. Huh? Where is the legislation in place? You expect from us to deliver in 3 years. It's not possible. Number one, it's technically not possible. So all the expectations that want to have the first projects right now, slow a little bit down and be realistic. But secondly, when it comes to money, we talked about the German example, 60 billion cut like this. Honestly, some politicians and some people have not understood what we are doing here is one of the biggest tasks in humankind. We are changing from fossil to non-fossil. It's not doable like this. Rodrigo, you have a point. We need innovation in all the aspects. And also, we need to find the best opportunities to crowd in private money, because public money will not do the job. How to crowd in? Green bonds might be a solution here. But I would like to turn to one of the regions where the pressure, the political pressure, is very high. Saudi Arabia, Emirates, who has been at the COP, has seen the total commitment of this area. Here, you have also a proximity to Morocco, to Algeria, but you have pipelines. You are connected. In Greece, and Rita is Italian, but she represents the ESFA, the Greek TSO. You don't have the pipeline. We are talking years and years and years about East Med, but there is a political issue there. Now, I think 2 weeks ago, my heart started to beat because one of the big projects in the southeastern part, the cooperation between Greece, Bulgaria, and Romania, came to a very, very good result. I have to say it was the pressure of my good friend Rumen Radev, the Bulgarian minister, who brought things together. How important is this for you? Because EastMed might be a little bit longer of a perspective, to connect basically another big hub, the southeastern part, Greece, via the Balkans with Central Europe. And how do you see this development?
Thank you, Jorgo, and thank you, first of all, to Arturo to invite me to represent also a perspective which is not exactly the one of H2Med, but of a, let's say, of another corridor, another south corridor, in this case, the Southeast European corridor. Of course, as Jorgo said, our corridor has challenges and opportunities, characteristics that somehow are similar in some way to Portugal and Spain, in respect in particular to the fact that, let's say, starting in the Mediterranean Sea and the Black Sea, we have a very huge potential for wind offshore. And let's say in the joint declaration that has been signed a couple of weeks ago between Romania, Bulgaria and Greece, a big emphasis has been put on working together to develop offshore wind and to convert offshore wind into hydrogen, and so use also domestically produced hydrogen and not only future imports to supply the needs of the region. Of course, one element of the complexity of the Southeast European corridor is that we need to cross many different countries, so we need to orchestrate, let's say, alignment among many companies, many TSOs and many governments. But important steps have already been happening in the last year, and starting from a small country like Greece, a big achievement has been obtained with the recognition of the interconnector between Greece and Bulgaria as the first part of this hydrogen corridor included in the 6th PCI list. And we expect, collaborating with our adjacent TSO and with the countries along the corridor, that also the other pieces will now, let's say, be added to the corridor in the next submission for the PCIs. So the main driver on our side, let's say, are certainly in the first phase, domestic production of hydrogen, which probably in Greece will exceed the ability of the market to absorb, because as a country we have demand, grey hydrogen, we have refineries, we have industries, but the potential for production through offshore wind and solar is much larger than the domestic consumption. So, of course, we are also pulled toward the demand center of Germany. It takes quite a long way, but along this way, there are many consumption centers. There are many industries that need to be decarbonized. New green steel project, Bulgaria, Romania, Slovakia, up to the Czech Republic and Germany, but also down to Slovenia. And so the project is at the beginning, but we have in Greece in this moment a strong emphasis on the conversion of renewable energy into hydrogen, because we have reached a saturation of the electricity market, and therefore the possibility to further increase the penetration of renewable now passes through molecular. And of course, we have started building important partnership. You mentioned Saudi. Of course, Saudi are interested to import hydrogen in Europe through Greece, and EastMed can be one of these corridors, so can be a part of this import. There are also strategic dialogues with Egypt. Our Deputy Minister of Energy was in Egypt in the last couple of days to discuss about hydrogen potential cooperation between Egypt and Greece. So building blocks by building blocks, having a lot of difficulties to face, but we are starting from a position in which, let's say, Southeast, even if somehow has been perceived in the past as a bit marginal in the energy landscape, because we were just the receiving end of a Russian pipeline, we started to become a more relevant player in the European energy map, both as a producer and future exporter of green energy, starting from renewables today and hydrogen in the near future, and then for Middle East hydrogen import into Europe.
We shouldn't underestimate this project. Azerbaijan looked immediately into it. I mean, you are connected to Azerbaijan via the Trans-Adriatic pipeline, and it's the next COP host. It's super important, because last COP in Dubai, I was there even 10 days, and I witnessed that there were 120 hydrogen events, 120, many of them at the pavilion of the European Commission, but also at the Spanish pavilion, at the Greek pavilion we had hydrogen events. Did you notice the 3 pledges? 2 are very well known. It's the tripling of renewables, it's the doubling of energy efficiency, and there is another pledge, it's the tripling of nuclear energy. I'm saying this before we turn to our 2 French participants because I'm very relaxed there, I'm very open. I see the pledge and I see electrons coming in. What do we do with the electrons? Where's the grid? Where's the grid for all this magnitude of, renewable and clean power? And that's exactly where France comes in. I yesterday visited the opening of Hyvolution. Hyvolution is one of the big hydrogen events in the world. When we started that 8 years ago, it was quite small. Big conference. Huh? So I was proud to see how this French hydrogen sector is growing. How do you see your role? And I think both of you, Dominique and Pierre, you had a role to play by making the French government, which at the moment is still at stake. We don't know who will be the responsible minister. Maybe you know more. How did you turn them into pro-hydrogen? Because they were very important for H2Med, as we can imagine, and they were blocking for quite some time. How did you do it?
Yeah. I will take our example. So Teresa is one of the 2 TSOs in France. We are in the southwest, so we are very territorial. And the new economy requires new kind of energies or molecules. So we require, for example, hydrogen for the clean reindustrialization of the country. So one of the main levers, let's say, to make the French government, but also to make our social groups accept this new transition. Oh, of course, it's a green transition, so they will support, but then the consequences will be difficult sometimes to live, and it's what we see today with the farmers, for example. But in our territories, when you speak economy and you speak green energies, it goes all together. So for us, H2Med was a big opportunity. It was first, we are an energy hub, Teresa, so we transport gas between France and Spain since years. So we have seen a new way of maintaining this close relationship with areas which have capabilities. The sun, you have new and renewable energy that will help you produce cheap hydrogen. And at the same time, being in a position to propose to industry to come to an area where they will benefit from new molecules, H2 and CO2. And we did at the same, let's say in the same calendar than you, a call for tender for this interest. And the result is as in Spain. So in fact, what we have proposed is well received by the market. And the result is very interesting because on one side, we have identified productions. Typically in terms of production by 2030 will be 0.6 megatons in our regions. It will be consumed, 0.4 megaton will be consumed locally by new industry we don't have today. And by 2040, it will be more than 1 megatons, with still a sort of 0.5 megaton consumption, local consumption. So we'll also make benefiting all the rest of the country with the production. So to convince, and to answer your question, to convince the French government, it's very easy. We will reindustrialize. We will, let's say, bring the same kind of benefit that Spain and others will bring to the Europe independence in terms of energy. So we are fully part of the new economy and the new way of thinking Europe. So it's political, very strong political message.
Many thanks. One of the drivers here was Roland Lescure, the industry minister. Hope he will come back somehow into the government. I'm saying that clearly because sometimes you need these people, and you saw Mrs. Ribera today, who in politics grasp, understand, and therefore develop political visions and also political plans. And he's missing for the moment. Let's hope he will stay. Bruno Le Maire at the moment is the responsible. It's too big. Huh? It's too, yeah, in my sense, it's too far away. It's better to have somebody who is like Implementovic, so makes things happen. Let's hope. I turn to Pierre.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I would like to thank Arturo for the invitation, because we really have exciting challenges in the industry, living exciting times. For me, I'm very happy to be in this business for the time being, because there's so much transformation going on. So it's important. And this kind of event is also important because, as it has been said this morning, we need to exchange views to construct together the best solution. So I really wanted to thank you for the invitation. And maybe what I can share to you today is what's going on in France with a new hydrogen strategy that is being under discussion. And we see in this new strategy several positive signals for the development of the hydrogen business. First of all, the first strategy was really focused on production and consumption and a bit of technology, but it ignored infrastructure. And so now they have put in place the importance of infrastructure in the field. If we want to develop hydrogen, we will need infrastructure. The second key message in this new hydrogen strategy is that they've also realized and put in place, highlighted the necessity to create a link between the industrial hubs that probably will be the first one developed and storage. And when you're in the energy business, you know that storage is key if you want to succeed on the whole value chain. And the third key important element of this new policy, new strategy, is that they open the door to imports and also to backbones. And I must say that all this gives credit to our strategy in GRTgaz. One of the themes of the day is hydrogen is now, hidrogen es ahora. And it's true that today it's now for us in GRTgaz. Maybe just quickly highlight a few things. We are working on industrial hubs. One was on the map. Several were on the map that has been shown earlier. Our flagship is Mosaic. You've mentioned the region you come from. And it's true that there you said there's no FID, but we are very, very close to FID on this project, which is the first of its kind. It's a 100-kilometer project with retrofit pipes and new build pipes, several producers in France and in Germany, one main consumer who is a steel factory in Germany. Well, we've had all our internal authorizations, so we've convinced our shareholders to invest. We're just finalizing the contracts with Creos, who is our TSO partner in Germany, and with the customer. And probably within the coming days, weeks, the FID will be announced. We have also work going on in other industrial hubs, in Dunkirk, in Marseille mainly. And you've mentioned a call for interest. You've shown what you had done. There we had done local call for interest. We had positive answers from industries. We've done the feasibility studies there, and the next step is the front-end engineering studies. And most of these projects have been labeled PCIs, which shows an interest for Europe and probably access to European subsidies. Very quickly, the second pillar of the strategy is in Germany. We have a German affiliate. It has been mentioned, but with OGE, we are very proud because we operate an important pipeline in Germany, which is called Megal, but to incorporate it into the Kernnetz and so be part of the German hydrogen strategy. And the third pillar is, of course, the backbone that we are building together, Barmar, with you, Enagás, with our Portuguese, Teresa, and our German friends. And this is also an important project to create the link between the production and consumption. And we are also developing the core network in France. It was on the map with Hyphen, and so we're quite confident that this will go forward.
Very concrete, and I like to see this concreteness. It's really happening, Arturo. In our next round, and I would like to start from the other side, from you guys in France, I would like to discuss how we can make ourselves even more useful. To be honest, our fight for hydrogen all over the last years, Kristina knows exactly, she works for DGN, and what I say now was uphill. I had to justify, why am I working for molecules? Why am I not working for electrons only? Because electrons is the only thing that we need to work for. So it was a fight, I have to say. I think at the moment we are at the situation where greening and cleaning molecules is accepted. It was not before. I'm very honest to you, and I don't like this, because this ideological thing has also made many things difficult. There is one big decision that is waiting now. That's the definition of the ultra-low carbon and low-carbon hydrogen. It's important because it's based on the renewable gases hydrogen package. In 10 days it's in the European Parliament. After that, Commission can come up with a delegated act. It's a definition. They define. They did it also with renewable hydrogen. It took very, very long. It was an awkward process. And what came out is, in English language, excuse my French, is BS. It's not really good, no? Because this hourly correlation, that does not help at all. It's really to limit hydrogen down. It's bad. I say it clearly. What can we expect? And I'm looking to the French participants now, because if we just define, Commission, just define how much of CO2 will be in 1 kilo of hydrogen, just technically define, it can be very fast. The Commission could be, in 4-6 weeks, they can present this definition, and we need it. Because big volumes of other colors, carbon content is the color, carbon content is the color, so that's more important, but these volumes are there, especially in Northern Europe. Now, my question to you is, will the French try to bring a technology into it? That's the threat. If some technologies need to be put into the definition, the process will be prolonged, will be expanded. Please, what can we do to have a very pragmatic approach, concentrate on the carbon content, and let's bring the technologies like nuclear, which is ultra low, later in. Can you help?
Yeah. Thank you. No, what I can, of course, when I listen to my, I would say, public authorities in France, low carbon hydrogen has been always put in place with the same value as renewable hydrogen. This is the public willingness of France. And for us, I mean, what is important is to develop hydrogen, this low carbon or renewable hydrogen. To be honest, what we try to do, and I think the clusters are also a good exercise, that you listen to customers. Some customers really now, I was mentioning this project, but we have a few of these projects. Some steel makers, they're quite ready to buy hydrogen today. If they find competitive hydrogen, reasonable, they will want it. And I think one of our role also is to create the link between customers and producers. And also to bring in place, because if we want to scale up, we'll need some public funding too. So we are in between today, a relation between producers and consumers, and trying to bring on the table the right level of public funding and help to manage to scale up and initiate the process.
Excellent. We have only 5 minutes left, so
okay.
Pierre, I understand you will help to convince your nuclear friends in France to calm down.
No.
Yeah, storage.
no, if I may. I think we are speaking a very serious topic. As I said before, each of the countries in Europe cannot be blamed not to try to decarbonize. Every country do its best, okay, with its own means. In Spain, you have the chance to have sun and to be able to have plenty of what you call green electricity. In France, we have nuclear. And the nuclear is decarbonized, okay? So fighting on a topic like that, not recognizing that each of the countries are at the same level, trying to do their best, in Europe, it will avoid us to make the grouping that we want to have. We are all together in the same boat. So it's a political message passing there, but it should be done, because all the rest will prevent us to progress too quickly.
Fully agree, don't get me wrong. I just want to have a pragmatic approach. We fully support this, this French approach, but step by step. Let's talk a little bit about storage, because you mentioned it. In France, it has become a big issue. If we would, I mean, I'm the parliamentary dad of Acer. And last week we promoted the first storage association, Heart for Europe, and the former commissioner, Andris Piebalgs, who was on the other side, we did Acer then. We were asking ourselves, why is Acer talking about flexibility, and the need for flexibility is 170 terawatt hours, 170 terawatt hours in 2030, flexibility, which means hydropower or hydrogen. The plants are at 7 for storage, 7 terawatt hours. Maria, Rita, what can we do? We need...
Well, we certainly need storage. This is, for energy, the bigger challenge. So let's say we are talking about molecules also because molecules are, let's say, definitely easier to be stored than electrons. Let's say I started from my country in which the problem of flexibility is already very sensitive because, of course, we have today the contribution of renewables and gas is almost equivalent, but of course, gas is the one who steps in every time the winds go down, and with big investment to increase the penetration of offshore wind, the problem will escalate. So we have definitely started with our government to study the possibility of converting a depleted gas field into an hydrogen storage. There are technological challenges, of course, so here a lot of research and development and innovation is needed. And finding a way of storing hydrogen will be one of the another key enabler for the success of the hydrogen economy in Europe. Of course, there are countries like Germany which has a salt cavern. We don't have them, so we need to make it with a depleted gas field, but the depleted gas field, of course, have a bigger storage capacity. Is one of the most critical elements of the future energy system. No matter hydrogen or renewable, we need the storage. And the more renewable we put in, the more storage we need. And so, let's say, I think it's a common effort in which both the electrons and the molecular have a clear joint scope, because at the end, we are batteries. At the end, our pipelines are batteries.
Absolutely. Rodrigo, how can we convince the electricity TSOs to understand this? Because in the ACER report, flexibility is not put into one word or one line with hydrogen. They don't talk about hydrogen. So what can we do to convince our friends?
Well, I think that your friends are already convinced. We know that we have a challenge. I don't think we have an issue. I think there is, on our side of the electricity, we have the technology to work in terms of transmission. On the storage side, of course, I think we just had a very good explanation about the challenge we have. I think something we all need is to increase the level of information and of the people. I'm sure that we have maybe 250 to 300 people here in the room. If you go by topic of every question we have on the hydrogen and even on electricity, on storage, I'm sure we have different opinions. And we are probably all right and all wrong. And I think we need to increase the level of information to our politicians, to our media, to our even academics, because I think most of the citizens have no idea what's going on. They are not sure if we are spending money that we shouldn't spend. They are not sure if what we are pledging is the right thing or the wrong thing. I think when you talk about storage, I give you one example. We have both businesses. We have 6 caverns of salt in the middle of the country. We are storing today, in a very efficient way, natural gas. When all these things started a year ago, we thought, we have a solution here. We can go up to 20% of hydrogen mixed with the natural gas. Guess what? We now know that we cannot go over 3% without a major restructure of these storage capacities. And we will have to invest almost half of the cost of this storage to build hydrogen storage, which will be able to store also natural gas. This is one example. We thought we knew, and finally we were absolutely wrong. And I think we need, that's why I was talking about innovation and investment in R&D, and I think we need also to make sure that we all understand the type of challenges we are facing. I think this is, increasing the public debate. It's going to be super important for all of us.
Storage, Frank, an issue also for filling the core grid, the Kernnetz in Germany, and how can you convince politicians to understand this a little bit better?
Yeah, we as OGE, we do not own storages. That's with the integrated energy companies like RWE, Uniper, and so on. But they all have projects where they test and do these kind of checks if it's possible and what has to be done. And for us, it's clear that without storage, it doesn't make sense, because no industry will connect to a hydrogen grid without knowing that there's a buffer and they can operate maybe 8,000 hours a year and have interruptions and so on. So storage is essential. also in Germany. And yeah, we also promote, also for our colleagues, that we also need a kind of a model, yeah, maybe similar to the core grid model, how to finance the startup, the ramp-up phase. And yeah, there we have to work on. I absolutely agree.
Super happy to do that. Arturo, next year, I hope we will be invited again, hopefully. But what are you expecting until next year? What will be your announcement? What would be the ideal announcement so that politicians trust you?
Well, Jorgo, thank you. Let me stress the message that storage is absolutely key. Without a primary transmission backbone and storages, there won't be security of supply for hydrogen. This is a key message. For next year, I think we will see that many projects that still don't have final shape will have a final shape. And I think H2Med will be a very clear example. And in 1 year time, we will be conducting the final studies, getting prepared to ask for funding for the construction phase. And we are taking all the necessary steps for that. We have just awarded the preliminary engineering studies to Wood Group. We are choosing the different possible routes and the final corridor. We have awarded the social and environmental impact assessment to a consortium led by Tecnoambiente. All of this is happening. This is not an ambition, an aspiration anymore. These are real projects that are moving forward. And in 1 year time, I think we will see that hydrogen is a reality in Europe.
That's, I think, the right word to finalize this panel of superstars, because it's happening and you make it happen. Without your courage, it would not be happen. But I would like to say Arturo has a special position, not only today, because you're really pushing very, very much so. Building up NOH, this new regulated body, will be very easy with you guys because you support us very much there. Thank you very much, and thanks for the audience.
Thank you so much. This panel of superstars, as Jorgo was saying, is the perfect picture, as Arturo mentioned previously, of the alliances, the need of working together to make things happen. Although Spain will always be the giant in football. Believe that. It's not me who said it, Frank said it. But I want to thank you all. It looked like a little bit like Eurovision. We have merci beaucoup, efkaristopoli, muito obrigada, dankeschön, gracias. And special thank you to our super passionate moderator, as you've seen. He can't help it. He will come back next year, I'm sure. And I suspect he spent his summer in Spain, not only for family reasons, but because we treat him well. And Spain is a great country to stay. So thank you to all. Well, I'm going to invite the panel to leave the stage because we're going to pass to our next and last speaker before the coffee. So thank you so much. Merci. Thank you. Dankeschön. Wow, as you've seen, a lot of keywords. Voy a pasar de nuevo al español, que se me olvida.
Sorry, I'm going to go back to Spanish. There were several keywords here and good news, very interesting information that we have heard here in the roundtable. It has been hinted about the funding. We will discuss this further later on. And now we're going to talk about the main conclusions and findings of the study called Opportunities for Importing Renewable Hydrogen. This is an Austrian study that highlights the importance of energy infrastructures. I think that we're going to hear these words a lot today. We are going to end up dreaming with these words. We're going to have the next presentation in English.
Stefan, welcome. Un aplauso para él. Thank you so much.
Hi, welcome. So thank you for the introduction. My name is Stefan Reuter. I work for the Austrian Institute of Technology. Just one brief sentence about this institution. It's the largest non-universitary research institute in Austria with about 1,200 engineers, researchers working there, and about 300 people working on energy-related topics. And I'm going to briefly present the work that we did on import options for renewable hydrogen, which we did for the Austrian government. So switching over, just a brief picture on the background of the study. Let me start with the Austrian hydrogen strategy. It was published in 2022, and I don't want to go through every detail, but maybe just two main messages there. On the top left, you see we have the goal of replacing 80% of the current or the expected fossil hydrogen demand by 2030 with renewable or low carbon hydrogen. And additionally, we want to build 1 gigawatt of electrolyzer capacity in Austria. This is ambitious. Currently, we have about 15 megawatts, so there is a manifold increase needed. However, we see that producing renewable hydrogen in Austria is a first way, but maybe until 2030, it's a good idea to do that. But continuing that, we will need imports. Austria can produce hydrogen, but not on a large scale. So on the bottom in the middle, you see that we want to enhance international partnerships for importing renewable hydrogen. And this was the main reason why we did our study, so to get a decision basis for policymakers on which countries they should focus in developing strategic partnerships for the import of hydrogen. Okay. The background of the study was clearly set now, so back to the scope. It was a very vast study, and I tried to fit it in 10 to 15 minutes, so I'm condensing it down a little bit. But what we basically did was looking into different regions of the world that are highly potent hydrogen producers. And we didn't analyze all the regions by themselves, but rather focusing on specific countries that represent the regions. And you see here on the left side, we were assessing different countries throughout the world. So Romania for an Eastern European country. We did Chile for the South American region. We did Spain, of course, for the southwestern hydrogen producing regions. Tunisia for Northern Africa, and the United Arab Emirates for the Middle East. This was the countries that we analyzed in the main study. We were focusing on different transport options because, of course, if we want to import hydrogen from Chile, there is no way that we can do that solely by pipelines. So we were talking about different ocean-going vessel routes. We have also different hydrogen carriers because, of course, you can't really transport gaseous hydrogen via ships. I mean, you probably can, but it's not a good idea. So you would need some sort of other transport options. And therefore, we were looking into liquefied hydrogen, we were looking into ammonia, and we were also looking into liquefied organic hydrogen carriers, which are basically some sort of oil that can be loaded and unloaded with hydrogen. So different carrier options. And then, of course, for Romania, we were looking into somewhat different than the proposed way, because there was an Austrian project ongoing back in the time where they were focusing on transport or using the Danube River to transport hydrogen produced in Romania to Austria and Bavaria. This was the reason why we were also looking into this option. And of course, on the far furthest right, pipeline hydrogen, right? Additionally, 3 countries down in red, we conducted an additional study focusing on more regions. And here, maybe just one more addition, we also included synthetic natural gas. This is something that the government wanted us to look into in assessing whether it can be a good idea to use the existing natural gas infrastructure to decarbonize the system. So not building new infrastructure for hydrogen, but rather use the existing one via the production of synthetic natural gas. Okay, some assumptions, so different regions. We were looking into renewable hydrogen solely, so hydrogen produced by electrolysis directly coupled with wind and PV plants. We have different scenarios because, I mean, the future is not sure yet where we will develop, so we have different scenarios for costs of components, and we did the analysis for 2 years in the future. Okay, and before I come to results, I briefly need to introduce our methodology because it was a technical study, so I don't want to bore you too much with the details of the methods, but to set the scene, we still need it. When we look into a cost calculation that we did, we have 3 parts. The first one was the hydrogen production. This we modeled in a very great detail by fully simulating an electrolysis plant over the course of a year with directly coupled renewable power and the dedicated profiles of solar irradiation and wind speeds for the definite locations that we looked into. So very detailed modeling of the output of an electrolysis plant to get an indication of what are the production costs of hydrogen in the different countries. And on the right, you see the results of the study that we did. We have the 4 scenarios and basic message. I mean, there are some numbers of around, you can produce hydrogen, renewable hydrogen, less than €1 per kilogram. We don't really see that, at least in our study. We didn't go down that far, but the most optimistic one for 2040 was about €2.50 per kilogram of hydrogen produced. And then the range goes up to, in the most pessimistic scenario, of up to €5 per kilogram. Also here, Chile is the cheapest country that we analyzed because there you have, in the location that we were focusing on, wind power with full load hours of 5,000 hours per year. So therefore, electricity is cheap and also the hydrogen that we produce. Okay, but this is only the first step, so we need to produce the hydrogen. But then, of course, we also need to define how the hydrogen can actually get to Austria, which was the scope of our study. So after we were looking at the production, we defined transport routes for the different exporting countries, all centered back to Austria, because this was at scope. And as we are in Spain, I quickly snapshotted you the route that we took for Spain. So our location of our renewable hydrogen production that we set in our study was in the area of Zaragoza. And as Arturo mentioned before, there is a large potential for producing renewable hydrogen there. That's why we defined this location as our location for the study. So in our study, we said, okay, we produce hydrogen there. Then we didn't want to specifically specify the location, so we said, okay, we have a dedicated hydrogen pipeline connected from the location of the generation to a central connection point to the backbone. And we said, okay, maybe it's around 100 kilometers, maybe it's less, maybe it's more, we don't know, but this is what we went into. And then, of course, we need to transport the hydrogen from production sites all the way up to Austria. And here we relied on the plans of the European Hydrogen Backbone Initiative and have 2 different scenarios, because in the plans, as we did the study, there was still a missing link in Germany up until 2030. So we had to go around the Czech Republic to come to Austria, but 2040, this link would be closed, so it's a shorter route. And in the end, we transport the hydrogen to Austria. With this and similar study, similar work for all the other transport routes. And then lastly, this is probably an overwhelming slide, but I don't want to go into too much detail, just giving you an indication of what was needed to fully model the transport chain. So for the different carriers that we looked into, we modeled all the components that are needed for the shipping and transportation of the carriers up until to Austria. Maybe just on the furthest right, the last part is always a pipeline. So if we import hydrogen carriers like ammonia or liquid organic hydrogen carriers, we reconverted them to hydrogen because the scope of the study was to import gaseous hydrogen to Austria. Below you see the route that is somewhat different from the others is the natural gas synthetic methane route. Okay, setting the scene, some results. This is probably the most interesting. This is the detailed results for the hydrogen import costs for the optimistic scenario in 2030, and you have different bars indicating different cost contributions. The biggest part for most routes is the production cost, down below in red. It's about 10 to 60% of the total cost. 10% when you look into hydrogen in the pipeline routes, because there on top the transport is rather inexpensive compared to the shipping routes. And why is that? Well, it was said before, liquid hydrogen ships, they are not really commercial yet. There are 1 or 2 demo plants, so there is a rather expensive technology that would be needed to actually get them going. On the other hand, if we look into ammonia or liquid organic hydrogen carrier, shipping is rather cheap, but the reconversion that we looked into is expensive. You need heat to get the hydrogen back out, and in our study we said, okay, we can't just use industrial waste heat, we would need to burn some of the hydrogen to actually get it out. So therefore, the overall shipping routes, they are expensive. And one main takeaway is already that if it's possible, importing hydrogen via pipelines is the best idea. So the range would be around €3.50 to 4 for pipeline routes and up until 7 to 8 euros per kilogram for shipping routes. This was one scenario. I said we had 4. In the C times up, it's the second to last slide. If we look at the range of the scenarios, you see that there is a certain that there is a high uncertainty between optimistic and pessimistic scenarios, and especially for the shipping routes. And why is that? Well, if you model each component individually, each component has a certain uncertainty, and if you add them all up, there is a rather large uncertainty for the shipping routes, whereas for the pipelines, it's rather small because there's not that much components involved that need to be newly developed. But in the end, best case, we can produce hydrogen, and here we included the SNG as well, around 100 euros per megawatt hour imported to Austria. Okay. As time's up, some conclusions and takeaways. As I said, hydrogen import via pipelines is the most cost-competitive import option for Austria, but also for other countries around Europe, of course. The transport costs as well, they are a decisive factor when it comes to the overall import cost of hydrogen. So production is, of course, important, but also, especially if you're looking into shipping routes, also transportation costs shouldn't be neglected. The low production costs can be offset by the transportation costs. And this is especially what I want to mention for Chile. We can produce very cheap hydrogen in Chile, but if we want to get it to Europe, it's costly. So therefore, we don't need to look only to production costs, but also for the full cost of importing the hydrogen to Europe. SNG, I mean, I didn't have time to go into that in detail. We looked into it. It is somehow cost competitive, at least what we saw for the shipping routes, but of course, if we produce it somewhere in Oman, which was the scope of our study, it's not cost competitive to pipeline hydrogen in Europe. And lastly, I mean, this is something that I always put on my slides. There are some barriers, we have heard of them today, and we need to take them down in order to implement the projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Stefan.
Thank you.
Well, we say goodbye to Stefan for the moment. Thank you for those interesting conclusions and with all these positive ideas and well, I'm talking in English, ya tengo un lío, but you're following me, no me puedo seguir. I wanted to say thank you for the conclusions. Ha sido muy interesante saber.
Thank you. Thank you for these conclusions. It's been really inspiring to see all the estimation costs that have been done and the costs of transporting and the idea that the pipelines is usually the best option for the transport. Now we're going to have time for a break, for a coffee to gather strength, but we are very concerned about the safety, and coffee is just opposite. We're going to go to a place called Luz y Bombón. This is a wonderful place, but we ask you to use the crossing.
Ahora cada uno con su conciencia. The zebra crossing.
Please do use the crossing, the pedestrian crossing. You're invited to go for the coffee now, and we'll meet back here again at noon.
So that we can understand how to untie it, so to speak, if it's enough. Well, I'm not trying to know it all, because that's impossible anyway. But it's remembering who we really are, like remembering like what it is we're made of and why we're here, because we don't have to be here. As much anger and grief we have, we can be gone tomorrow, and then it'll be gone. I can't really explain it. I mean, I can show you geographically using my hand and like saying it's the first dimension and then here's the second dimension and the third dimension is more. I can do all that, but even then I get to a point where I can't show you the fourth dimension.
See, I've always wondered, whatever makes the gold aflame so insatiably hungry for the wild gushes of fresh air. Its dark smoke grasping like a wild dog for the breath in my lungs. I've wondered why its dashing red still appeals to the maimed senses of this lost humankind. You see, I find it hard to believe that I could receive mercy in my darkness. I was blind. The flame so thirsty for my belly, sane mind in my drought. I needed not water, but rest, comfort in the bosom of the one that I knew but never truly. Searching for a plate of warmth in the very flames that burned me fully. Stood on the sideline a minute too long, screamed at my lifeline in an undeniable lack of strength. This darkness, all too resembling the blackness of my skin. I have wondered if counting sheep ever helped a single soul, because mountains high I've stood in the shoes of Sisyphus countless hours, rolling stones in valleys low. I once laid with a serpent on his chest, but in my drought I found that I needed not water but rest, not water but rest. Will they know that I tried my best? Will they know that I pleaded shortly before my arrest? And I found that I needed not water but rest. And so we rest.
días. Buenos días, por favor, podemos ir tomando asiento que vamos a comenzar. Good morning, everyone. Please, could we take our seats? We're going to start in a few minutes, or in a minute. So if you're so kind, please, to take a seat. Nos vamos sentando, por favor, que vamos a comenzar. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. ¿Podemos tomar asiento, por favor, ya que...
Please take a seat. We're going to start. We have the streaming ready.
Immediately, if you could take your seats, thank you so much. We have streaming going on and people are waiting impatiently, impacientemente, seguramente. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Welcome back. Good morning. If you have just joined us this second half of the morning and the second day of hydrogen, my name is Elena de Fuentes. It is a pleasure for me to be here presenting and conducting this second day of hydrogen of Enagás with all of us here, the industry stakeholders. Hello to those of you who are watching us via streaming. We have several hashtags to be able to share opinions, information. Enagás Hydrogen Day. These are the two hashtags in English and in Spanish. Hydrogen is now the hashtag for the whole year. This event will be held mainly in Spanish, some presentations and roundtables in English. If you need simultaneous interpretation, please let us know. Raise your hand. We can give you a headset. Channel 1 Spanish, Channel 2 English. We are now going to talk about, during the next roundtable, about one of the most important topics, as mentioned by the CEO of Enagás, and Jorgo, also our moderator at the previous roundtable, explained it. Money is an issue. Money is always an issue, but it is important to talk about financing, of course. How to finance the different infrastructure production projects and the importance of the PPP collaboration, the definition also of the projects of common interest mentioned by Arturo, and how to open up the doors to financing. The next roundtable will be giving us all the detail. I am going to mention our speakers in order, following the seats that they're going to take. We will applaud at the end. We have Christiani, CIP partner. We also have Kristina, the General Director of the German Energy Agency. We also have Michael Considine from the Energy Department of the US, the Director of CINEA, Paloma, and finally moderated by the Financial General Director of Enagás, Luis Romero. Please put your hands together. Thank you very much.
The roundtable will be taking place in English. So if you need headsets, si necesitáis la traducción simultánea, remember, raise your hand, levantad la mano y se os facilitará. Muchísimas gracias, Luis. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Elena, and thank you all of you for being here in this very special day for Enagás, and why not for all the sector. I think we need to continue progressing in the development of the hydrogen. Thank you also to our chairman and CEO for giving me the opportunity to moderate this exciting panel about financing. And I would like to start with important messages that has been said during this morning. And I would like to remark some of them. No? I think the first one is that the very ambitious targets that has been established by Europe in hydrogen for the creation of the hydrogen market. The second one is the relevant political support, institutional support for the development of the hydrogen networks in Spain and in Europe, key for the decarbonization of the economy. The clear guidelines established by the European Commission to define a regulatory framework for that networks in the following years. And the relevant investment that all of that is going to be required, as Jorgo has commented. No? So, and this is something that we have seen, for example, in the CAPEX plan presented by Enagás during this morning. So I think the focus of this panel is, and the question is, how are we going to finance all of that? Or which one are the key financial instruments or financial mechanisms required to ensure that the hydrogen projects are going to be feasible and bankable in the magnitude that is going to be necessary, and taking into account that it's true that some uncertainties already exist. That could be remuneration scheme, technology, competitive landscape. So I think for answering all that questions, we have a fantastic panel today with the key people involved. So let's start with the first question, just to have your preliminary feedback, and it's how are your institutions looking at the hydrogen opportunity in terms of financing? I think, Paloma, if you could start, I really appreciate it.
Okay. Well, bueno, muchas gracias primero por...
Thank you very much for inviting me here. It is great to be here in Madrid. I normally work in Brussels. Thank you to everyone here.
You know, also the other people would understand. So I think that, you know, already many speakers have said today, you know, how the hydrogen plays a crucial role in decarbonizing the energy systems, and also, therefore, is an, you know, a strategic vector for reaching the European Union targets in 2030 and 2050. But the hydrogen sector, you know, in our view, is not yet very mature. They still have to prove its business concepts. There are also uncertainties regarding supply and demand. There are still problems of social acceptance and, as you say, bankability. And therefore, that's why we believe that public sector support through financing, but most importantly, European Union support, you know, can play an important role, will help to de-risk the large infrastructure investments, and would also, in a way, you know, get the hydrogen market off the ground. You know, the European Commission entrusted a number of programs to be instrumented and implemented by the agency, CNEA. Well, the first one is the Connecting Europe facility, which can finance either the preparatory stages, we are talking about feasibility, concept, environmental studies, but we can also finance the construction works. And here we are talking more about either the hydrogen transmission, electrolyzers, ammonia reception facilities, and also underground storage places. Apart from the Connecting Europe facility, which is very much focused on PCIs, we are also managing the Innovation Fund. The Innovation Fund has an estimated volume of 40 billion euros up to 2030. And this is more a program to finance low-carbon innovative technologies, which are used in in energy-intensive activities and processes, also in renewable production energy, on carbon capture, use and storage, and so on. And within the Innovation Fund, something that has been mentioned several times, we have been responsible for launching the Hydrogen Bank, the domestic part, and we have just launched the auction where we will try to, get the production market on the ground. So this, will be my first words on what are the possibilities that we have for financing the hydrogen market.
Thank you very much, Paloma. I think we are going to enter in detail later in this financial mechanism that we are really expected to know your views. I think on the other side of the Atlantic, Mike, I think we are really interested to know your views.
Great. No, thank you, Luis. And let me say thank you first to Enagás for inviting me to this. This is really important and really great to be here. From the U.S. Department of Energy standpoint, so sort of how are we looking at hydrogen and sort of what the role is and what the role will be on the finance side. So obviously part of what we do, Department of Energy, is help set and develop energy policy and what is the role going to be for hydrogen in terms of part of our energy markets and energy security. What comes with that also is a significant amount of emphasis on developing the technologies that we're going to need to make all of this become a reality. I often joke that we're called the Department of Energy, and that's what we're mostly known for, but in fact, we like to refer to ourselves really as the Department of Science and Technology, because the real key role and where we're spending a tremendous amount of time and a tremendous amount of financial resources right now is in developing some of the very crucial technologies that I think we'll maybe get into a little bit later in the conversation, but being able to develop some of these technologies along the entire value chain in order to make hydrogen a reality in the marketplace. Directly in terms of what's available on financing now, everybody knows, obviously IRA plays a role into that. There are actually several pathways within IRA and other funding streams. We have federal money available that we're able to deploy to developing technologies and developing infrastructure. My role on a day-to-day basis at the Department of Energy, and this gives me a somewhat unique perspective of what may be down the road in terms of what's out there on financing. So for about the last 15 years, I have been sitting on the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States. So I've been the senior representative for the Department of Energy on that committee. And my job is to watch all of the inbound investment that comes into the United States, and particularly that is being invested in technologies and infrastructure. And what I see coming, what I see already starting, is a tremendous amount of interest from the private sector side, whether this is companies that are investing in different parts of the hydrogen value chain, interest in the private equity world, interest in sovereign wealth funds. So I see this opportunity sort of coming down the road of a lot of interest in financing and having more money available. And quite frankly, I think that's going to be absolutely necessary. Federal programs are not going to be able to handle all of the financial costs. I mean, we are looking at technologies, we're looking at infrastructure development that, we're talking different goals, 2030, 2040, 2050. We're talking about the need for billions of dollars, billions of euro in order to make all of this a reality. And a lot of that is going to be coming in from the private sector as well.
Thank you, Michael. I think the point of technology is going to be really interesting to discuss later in more detail. And now I think turning to Kristina. Kristina, I think Germany has faced a huge challenge in terms of security of supply and energy transition after the Ukraine conflict. So we really appreciate your understanding and how do you see the hydrogen in the following years in Germany?
Well, first of all, I would also like to thank you very much for the invitation to this important conference and also to this beautiful city. I think I'm perfectly in line with what has been said before, but I would like to come from a different angle. Germany still has a share of about 25% industrial production in its gross national product. So we do need our industry, and we need our industry to be competitive. At the same time, we have set ourselves the target of becoming carbon neutral by 2045. So that is really pretty soon, and it will not be possible without green hydrogen. The same is true for decarbonizing the transport sector, heavy-duty vehicles, airplanes, etc. The same is true for decarbonizing the electricity sector, because we will always need flexible power plants, and they cannot be fired with gas. They will need to be fired with hydrogen in the near future, just to support volatile, renewable energy. Now, industry must be competitive, meaning they need to have competitive energy prices. For transportation and also for electricity supply, it's the consumer that pays the price. The price needs to be affordable. That means we don't only need green hydrogen, we need affordable green hydrogen. And when we are ramping up the market, this is going to be a challenge, of course. We will need first movers, we need to have investments in infrastructure, we need to have investments in technology, and all of this will only pay off in midterm. And this is why I believe, or we as DENA believe, it is extremely important that there is focused and efficient support on the national level, on the European level, but also on the municipal level. I think all levels of our state level, all levels of government need to cooperate, and it's also important not only to cooperate and to put money into it, but also to align the supply programs, and this requires close cooperation between the institutions such as the ministry, from Germany, from the United States even, and also the European Commission and its agencies.
Really realistic approach, Kristina. Thank you. And Philippe, I think CIP is one of the largest infrastructure and renewable energy fund in Europe. What is your view?
And again, first of all, thank you very much for hosting this and having us here for the discussion today. I think being in this group of TSOs, investors, other interested stakeholders, it's extremely interesting to see how much more realistic the discussion is today than it was only a few years ago. So thank you very much for that. Let me build on sort of the discussion of affordable hydrogen and talk a little bit about three things that we think is essential for this development. The first one we've discussed all morning. This is about the infrastructure, no transformation without transmission. I think we subscribe 100% to that view. The second is a discussion about stability. We've now spent a lot of time developing a set of rules and regulation around clean hydrogen in Europe. And we may not like all elements, but at least now it's a framework that we can work under. We understand it. And by and large, it makes sense. And also the US definition has also proven to be within a margin of error, sort of the same definition. So that also makes a ton of sense and makes for a level playing field. But the really important discussion about the financing, which is the topic here, and about creating the affordable hydrogen, is to create the offtake. And that is, I think the question was raised earlier, why are we not seeing more FIDs? We're not seeing more FIDs because we don't have the offtake contracts secured yet, because there's still a little bit of a margin between what users are willing to pay and what it can sort of meaningfully be produced at. A few years ago, this was a large gap. Now it's a very small gap. There's also much more realism with the off-takers in Europe. And I think it's really meaningful to start looking at some of the sectors where there's no real alternative to hydrogen. And the sectors where there are no real alternative to hydrogen, that's all the sectors where the hydrogen is used as a molecule. It's refining, it is ammonia, it's methanol, it's steel. And these are the sectors that by and large make up the 10% of the, or the 25% of the German GDP that you talked about. This is in Duisburg, it's on the Rhine, it's on the Danube, and this is where the hydrogen is needed, and this is just back to the discussion we've had all morning. To close this little gap between producers and consumers, the European Union has introduced a fantastic concept. It's called the Hydrogen Bank. It has a very intelligent design. It's not because we're on the same panel, but I'll just applaud once again for saying that I think this also makes sense by and large. It's just a little bit underfunded. So my punchline would be, instead of putting 3 billion into the Hydrogen Bank for 10 years, and let's put 3 billion in per year for 10 years.
Thank you, Philip. I think that's the question, no? How we are going to close the gap between the producer and the consumer. So I think the first round, I think we are going to enter in detail in the financial instruments. I think for that, we have the privilege to start with Paloma. That the idea, Paloma, is that firstly, you can give us a bit more color about what are the advantages of being a PCA of the European Commission, and what does it mean in terms of financing for the hydrogen projects like H2Med or the national backbones?
Well, I think that the benefits for becoming a project of common interest has already been mentioned, by the Vice President Šefčovič in his message this morning. They benefit already from a simplified regulatory framework. They can get accelerating planning and permitting due to a more streamlined procedures, but they can also get increased visibility, which at the same time, given this European Union label, they will have probably attract more investors into that. But of course, as of getting this label as well, they can apply to the Connecting Europe Facility funding. It's not a guarantee that they will get the funding, but they can apply for it. This is the first condition. And what we are looking in these projects of common interest when they apply and how we are going to evaluate those projects. I mean, we are looking for projects which have significant socioeconomic benefits. Second, that they have great solidarity between member states. That's very important. There is a connection with other member states. But of course, that they cannot obtain by themselves sufficient funding in the markets. We come always as a kind of subsidiary principle. That's very important. In terms of funding, what we can expect for the Connecting Europe Facility for energy, we still have 3.5 billion to spend until 2027. It's not all for the hydrogen sector. It's not. We don't have sector envelopes. It's all the sectors covering energy. But out of the 166 projects of common interest, at least 1/3 are related to the hydrogen. So we expect, if the projects are mature enough, they are ready enough, that funding will go to hydrogen. That's, very important.
Because Paloma, after 2026, 2027, that many of the projects that we have seen, the construction is going to be initiated. Probably the funding is going to be necessary in a massive way. Could you expect that these funds could be increased more materially?
Well, it's a tricky question. For those who are less familiar on how the European Union funds work, we work with multi-annual financial perspectives. So we already know the envelope until 2027, but we will enter soon in negotiations for the next multi-annual financial framework, which will be from 2028 to to 2034. The issue is that, there will be European elections this year in June. We will have to see what is the outcome of this European Parliament. What are, the composition sometimes also dictates a little bit the objectives and where the Parliament wants to put emphasis on that. We will have a new Commission. And therefore, only in 2025, the Commission will make a proposal to the European Parliament and the Council on where we think that the priorities will be there. I personally think, so it's my personal opinion, that the European Green Deal is going to stay. I think that nobody will neglect that. And therefore, I still think that there will be funding for that, but we cannot finance everything. So, we'll try to put the funding necessary, but we'll need, many investors, we need the bankers and many others to help in those things. So it's difficult for me to say a word because there are so many question marks. What are the outcome of the European elections? Which would be the European Commission? What other external things could happen that could change our priorities? So, but I really hope that, envelopes will be sufficient to help the decarbonization of the energy systems and therefore, also for the hydrogen.
Thank you very much, Paloma. Just one last question. Given your key role in the Hydrogen Bank, what are your expectations for the Hydrogen Bank in the following months and years? And I think the question is, what we can expect more funds in the future?
I don't know whether we are going to go so far away, as Philip is saying. I can give you a little bit more the perspectives in the next coming months. So yes, we launched this auction in November. We will know internally we will know the results more or less on the 8th of February ourselves, but we will not publish the final result probably until April. We need to go through the evaluation of projects. This is the first time that the European Commission has used our executive agency to do the work, launched this kind of auction. For us, it was a kind of a pilot project. So it will very much depend on the results of this auction. How much interest, we have just put the instrument. Now we have to say, okay, now you bidders come and let us know, if you are ready for this. These projects have to be in operation in 5 years' time at the latest. So we have to see what the results are about. We will also have to draw some lessons learned, if there is anything that we should change in the way that we have, launched these terms of reference for this auction. And then, if there is sufficient interest, and we think that things are going well, we hope to launch another one in the autumn. The amount will very much depend on seeing if there are projects which were ready to bid, and they have not obtained our support because we have exhausted the budget. But, I would also like to say that, we cannot do anything ourselves. The European Union money is an envelope, is restricted. It is what we have. But we have in this auction work also with Germany. Germany has also put money on the table. 350 million, okay. And this, what they do is that we call it auction as a service, by which, the agency is doing the evaluation of all the projects, will do the ranking, and then with the money that we cannot finance after the ranking, the additional money, Germany will put it into German projects located in Germany to finance hydrogen. And this is an option which has been also open to all the member states. So we hope that if this is a success, that many other member states will join the European Union money, and then we can make it bigger.
Thank you very much, Paloma. Really interesting. We will see. And turning to Mike, Mike, taking into account your expertise in screening investments and in technology, in the USA market. In terms of technology, what do you see is going to be necessary to make a great effort in financing the technological projects in the different links of the whole value chains of the hydrogen?
Sure. So that's going to be necessary in a particular focus. I see this as one of the key areas. So Department of Energy right now, so we are leveraging our national lab complex. So we have 17 national labs around the country. Several of those labs are working very specifically at solving and working on some of the technology areas. And, as Kristina mentioned, that one of the things we have to do and technology plays a role here in order for all of this to be competitive in the market. We've got to get better at some of the technology, and technology becomes part of that solution into making markets more competitive. So we're spending an enormous amount of time looking at some of the technology solutions and how we're going to get better at things like storage. We're working on things with turbine materials, combustion technology. Electrolyzers is going to be a big part of that. So we're spending lots of time and energy, lots of thoughtful people trying to find better solutions that get better technology out into the marketplace. This is also an area where there's a tremendous amount of cooperation and I think opportunity in cooperation with Europe as well. I mean, this is sort of a tradition of what we do in the science and technology development sphere within the department. Is working through our national labs, working with companies, working with governments. So I see a lot of opportunity there. I think as a regulator in the foreign investment space, technology is always one of those areas we watch very closely too. So that's actually going to be part of the conversation. I mean, one of my major roles is working with partners and allies in Europe is one of the main focuses where I am working with my European counterparts that review foreign investment. And technology is one of those areas we talk about all the time. And there clearly is a significant amount of technology that still needs to be developed in the pipeline, if you will, of things that are going to be necessary. And you just look at the emphasis that both the United States and certainly Europe are putting on the hydrogen market as being part of the equation on energy security. So it rises to that level of significance. And I think what comes with that is that from a regulator's standpoint, we're going to be very cognizant of what is happening in terms of investment going into infrastructure, but particularly investment going into technology development to assure that there are adequate controls on where that technology ends up. I always like to use the example, that we were probably not doing a significant job at adequately controlling technology as foreign investment was coming into the U.S. in the solar market. So we essentially lost control of a significant portion of technology because we just allowed that technology to be bought up, transferred offshore, and now we're living the reality of being over-reliant on single sources of solar technology in order to fulfill clean energy needs in the U.S. We don't want to repeat that in the hydrogen market when we're at this early stage of trying to, develop this great new possibility in clean energy solutions. We just want to be cognizant as we move along, and obviously we'll be attracting all kinds of investment, and rightfully so. I think a lot of that investment will need to come from foreign sources, but we just want to be cognizant of what is happening to make sure we don't lose control of any of that in the process.
Thank you, Mike. I think in terms of technology, national security, and collaboration, I think USA is an energy ally of Europe, and we have seen in the last 2 years, with the natural gas supply coming to our LNG terminals. How do you see USA and Europe could collaborate together to try to develop both markets, both hydrogen hubs in terms of production, at the same time?
Yeah, well, so that's actually the perfect example. So we actually have this sort of history and precedent of being able to cooperate in the LNG market. So it's just perfectly natural that as we are developing sort of all of the answers in the hydrogen market, we have this precedent for being able to cooperate and work together. So I see a particular opportunity to be able to do that. I think, one of the areas for sure is the ability to be able to share technology. We have entire separate offices within the Department of Energy that are just looking at technology commercialization. And as we internally within our national lab complex and as a federal agency develop some of these new technologies, getting those out into the commercial sector, making those available for commercialization is a whole nother part of what we do, and an area where there's a long history of that kind of cooperation between the US and Europe. So many, many opportunities there.
Thank you, Mike. Really interesting that the speech about collaboration. I think we will see. I think now moving to Kristina. Kristina, I think Germany is moving quickly and really committed in the development of a regulatory framework for the hydrogen networks. If I'm well informed, Germany nowadays is amending the Energy Industry Act to incorporate a mechanism that is a 30-year financing scheme for the hydrogen networks. And DENA, your institution, has played a key role on the proposal. No? So I think it's a privilege that you can give us in detail how that mechanism works and how it's progressing.
Taking a step back, I think, is necessary to explain the mechanism a little bit. Our TSOs have submitted a draft comprising around about 9,700 kilometers of pipelines for our core hydrogen network, and that will probably require investments of 20 billion euro until 2032. So that is really a lot of money. It is clear that at the end of the day, these investments shall be made by private investors. It's not task of the state, the public sector, to provide for that infrastructure, and that at the end of the day, it shall be recuperated from the users, the off-takers. However, it is also clear that to ramp up the market, you cannot immediately ask your 1, 2, 3, 4 off-takers to take a corresponding share in the infrastructure investments. This is why the plan is to set the grid charges at a level which in the beginning is much lower than would be required by investment costs, but which is expected to be higher in the course of time than required by investment costs. So there's an equalization over time, and the difference shall be booked to a so-called amortization account. It's even in German, it's a difficult word, which will probably be at KfW, the German Development Bank, but that has not been finally decided yet. So the amortization account in the beginning will have a deficit, and over time it's supposed to be continued until 2055. It will fill up because the gap will turn from negative to positive. However, it's a risky business, and investors do take risks, but they need to have a feeling for the direction they're going. So the state will be securing the amortization account. If it carries a deficit by 2055, the government will pay 76%, the deficit, and the private sector will carry an own contribution of 24. So the big question, of course, is at which level will the prices, the charges be set, and to be affordable in the beginning and not excessive in the end, and that will be decided by our regulator, which has a leeway in this respect, but they will re-evaluate the tariffs in I think, 3-year modus.
I think, Kristina, this is an amazing and ambitious proposal. I think Germany has realized that the importance of the network for the risking the whole value chains of the hydrogen. So I think it's a solution in the correct direction. I don't know if it's something that is going to be possible to adopt it in another European countries, but we will see. That clearly is something very positive. Just some very brief question in relation of the H2 Global program. I think you are supporting also to the government with that initiative. Do you see some role of H2 Global and the funding behind that initiative promoting the H2 Med?
Well, H2 Global is a double option concept, which has a purchase auction side and a sales auction side. So you tender hydrogen import purchase contracts from out of the European Union, and then you also tender hydrogen sales contracts within the European Union, not only to German companies, but also to other European companies, and the government is bridging the gap there. The government does not have an influence on which mode of transportation is being used by the bidders. But of course, that will be part of the calculation of the bidders. And since an auction always makes the most cost-efficient offer the winner, it is very possible that pipelines, at least when you come to the stage where gaseous hydrogen is being tendered, will be competitive. And of course, it does have, though not a direct effect, it has an indirect effect, because when you offer and succeed in offering the transportation of hydrogen through pipelines because it's cheaper, then for the operator of the pipeline, of course, it gives a certain incentive to go ahead.
Thank you very much, Kristina. I think, Philippe, just finalizing, landing into the Spanish projects and taking into account your experience, what is your view of the potential of the Iberian Peninsula for hydrogen production, and what elements do you consider critical to ensure the financial feasibility and scalability of the hydrogen projects?
So we have a global perspective. Just to start somewhere, we are funding 5 projects in Europe, in Denmark, Norway, Spain, and Portugal. We're funding 5 projects overseas, in Australia, in Oman, in Morocco, in Chile, and a very large project in the US. And that provides a little bit of a global perspective. It's very consistent with what was presented by the Austrian gentleman just before the break, by the way. If we look at Europe, if we look at the 20 million tons of hydrogen that we will probably eventually need, whether it's 2030 or 2040, is a matter of smaller consequence. We think there are 3 places where we can get this hydrogen. It's most likely the North Sea, it's most likely the Baltic Sea, and it's most likely from Iberia. And this is not to say that we cannot get 10,000 tons here and there in Germany and 10,000 tons here and there in France. But if we're going to produce millions and millions of tons of hydrogen, it can only come from these large locations where we have the opportunity to produce an abundance of electricity. There may be sort of a 4th option. That's probably North Africa. We also saw that in the Austrian analysis. but this is roughly what's needed. And if we look at the economics of these places, Iberia is most likely the most cost-effective, and is most likely the most cost-effective because of the relatively low prices and costs of solar and wind installations in Iberia. What's really needed is, sort of on the short run, is the discussion that we've now spent almost a full day on, which is the pipeline infrastructure in Spain. Without the pipeline infrastructure, we will not have the transformation. There's a few locations on the Iberian Peninsula where this is not the case. Sines may be one in Portugal, maybe a few other places in southern Spain, but in reality, we need to produce the molecule here to get it to the German industry or the French refineries or similar locations to get this going. The other benefit of this is that with this approach, we're starting with the heavy users, and we will need the heavy users to be partakers in this discussion to finance the pipeline systems and to make sure that the KfW account does not go too much in the deficit.
Thank you, Philip. I think we are running out of time, but just one last question, very brief, please. What do you expect from the Hydrogen Bank, Philip? Yes, that you have Palomas here.
Sorry?
What do you expect from the Hydrogen Bank? Huh?
So as I said, I think the Hydrogen Bank mechanism it's a fantastic mechanism. It's competitive. It's focused on money. That makes a ton of sense. I think the Hydrogen Bank, I think it's underfunded. If I look at what's needed and what we need, then it is underfunded. And it's not because I think we should have an aspiration to have 3 euros per kilogram in support. In my mind, that's just it's an unhealthy incentive that we're creating. We should remember that we're doing this to give the industry a nudge in the right direction, not to create an unhealthy support system for the long run under the industry. And I think that would be the important perspectives to look at projects that have industrial scale and have industrial economics to move the processes forward.
Thank you very much.
In addition to this very simple question that we just need more money.
Thank you very much, Philip, and all the panelists. This has been a very fruitful discussion, and I think we are on the good path. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So much, Luis. Thank you so much. As we were saying, yeah, money is an issue, but it's been taken care of. That's good news. We're in the right path. And I'm glad to know, I'm going to stay with that last, a couple of the things you said. The Iberian Peninsula is very cost effective. We have to take into account the competitiveness of the prices, sharing and cooperating. And one aspect that Paloma mentioned, which is the importance of the socio-economic aspect of those projects. Well, we're going to talk especially about that in a minute. So I want to thank our panelists. I'm going to invite them to leave the stage. Thank you so much. And we continue. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Y continúo en español porque...
I will go on in Spanish because, as I said, Paloma has mentioned several very interesting things, among which the importance of becoming, of being part of a PCI. The importance of the PCIs is that not only there are alliances, these reflect alliances between the member states, but also the socio-economic factor of these projects. This has also been mentioned by the third vice president this morning. She also talked about this socio-economic factor, and this is what we're going to discuss now. Because when we talk about hydrogen, we tend to focus on several usual topics, the most financial aspect, but there are other views. For instance, the socio-economic aspect is something that we already talked about on the first day of hydrogen. And in this edition, we wanted to give it a greater relevance. And this is going to be done through the presentation of a report on the socio-economic impact of hydrogen. And we're going to also discuss further how the green hydrogen economy might have a positive impact in society. The title of this report is the socio-economic impact of the development of hydrogen in Spain. The title says it all, but we're going to be hearing more details about this from the energy partner of PwC, Óscar Barrero.
Pues muchas gracias, Elena.
Thank you very much, Elena. First of all, I wanted to convey two messages. Congratulations to Enagás on the organization of this event. It is one of the main events within the sector of hydrogen, and taking into account the interest raised, it is a clear success. And secondly, thank you. It is great to have Price represented here at this event. It is a matter of pride and personal satisfaction. I am representing the team that has carried out this study. We're going to talk about the importance of adding information to be able to help stakeholders take better decisions, and to talk about the socioeconomic impact within the energy transition is essential. We always talk about the environment, we talk about the cost competitiveness of energy, the guarantee of supply, especially recently, but we also have to talk about the socioeconomic impact. How is this going to contribute to everybody's benefit as citizens and as society? In this regard, I would like to show this slide as an introduction. It has some of the main messages that have been conveyed this morning. I think that the Executive Vice President of the Commission said that hydrogen was born in the core of a Green Deal, not only with regard to the European roadmap towards climate objectives, but also as a great opportunity in terms of economic and social development. In this regard, hydrogen is at the core of this strategy. It has set ambitious objectives that have been extended via the energy crisis that we've been suffering due to the war in Ukraine, with the objectives that we've mentioned this morning: 20 million tons in terms of European demand by 2030, out of which half will be locally produced. The rest will be imported. As we also said this morning during the different presentations, without infrastructures, there will be no transition, and without hydrogen infrastructures, we won't be able to develop this green hydrogen economy. Europe forecasted that these investments in transportation were going to be amounting to between 28 and 38 billion euros, and in terms of storage infrastructures, between 6 and 11 billion euros. Within this context, I'm going to highlight some messages said before. Spain has to be able to have a leadership position, taking into account the characteristics of the country, to be able to become a clear hub in terms of competitivity, renewables capacity, infrastructure capacity, and this has been reflected in the hydrogen roadmap, with also the increase of the objectives within the climate plan that we've mentioned before. We have the ambitious objectives of 11 gigawatts in terms of electrolyzers, and 74% of the final consumption of hydrogen has to come from the RFNBOs. In this regard, our contribution to this is to try to assess the socioeconomic impact related to the cycle of investment within these infrastructures, so that this roadmap and this green hydrogen economy takes place, with benefits for Spain and, of course, for Europe. Where have we focused? Within hydrogen value chain, we have focused on the one hand on the production, Then we have all the infrastructures that allow us to reach final consumers by guaranteeing an efficient and safe transport. And finally, we would have the final users, the different industries, the different energy users of this item. We focused on the two first items, the investments that have to do with the production of hydrogen, in terms of electrolyzers and also renewable energies that will be associated to this output, so that hydrogen is truly green, with the 11 gigawatts within the ambitious objective set within the national plan, and also the 3 million tons. We also have transportation and storage objectives, taking into account the existing infrastructures and the future investments. And we focused on Enagás proposal in terms of the IPC with the different associated investments. And then final uses, also important. It is, even if we haven't quantified them, we're talking about decarbonizing industrial uses. For instance, medium, long-term sustainability. Decarbonization has been key with regard to this, and we cannot forget that the textile industry represents approximately 16% of Spanish GDP, so also very important. Allow me to also open up parenthesis. I don't want to dwell on this. The methodology we based our investment breakdown in products and services assigned a long time and also locally to see if these investments in materials and investments have been carried out locally, nationally, or regionally, and crossing this information with the economic model that we have of Spain. This allows us to generate all the different impacts along the value chain. In terms of GDP impact, jobs impact, tax impact, and also research and development investments. Figures. Well, these figures are clearly surprising. We're talking about a contribution to GDP of around 32 billion euros. This amounts to approximately 2% of Spanish GDP, which is the equivalent of the average growth scenario of Spain. These figures are very relevant. We will see the details further along. Out of these 32 billion in GDP, we would be also looking at significant employment figures. During construction, we would be talking about more than 81,000 employments with regard to the construction of these infrastructure. And in terms of recurrent employment, what about after the infrastructures have been built? Recurrent employment amounting to approximately 24,000 jobs. You can see the breakdown on screen, approximately 27 billion in terms of construction and 4.7 billion in terms of hydrogen infrastructures, transportation, interconnections and storage. In terms of the operation phase, we would be talking about 2 billion and 115 million. With regard to infrastructures, the figures are slightly lower in absolute terms. The impact that has to do with production, but obviously the catalyzing effect of infrastructures means that these euros can be even more relevant, because if this infrastructure is not generated, there won't be an impact, and the other consequence won't happen. Looking into further detail, I'm going quickly because I'm running out of time. I would like to highlight these figures. You've seen them before, but I do want to mention the leveraging effect in terms of the direct contribution in GDP and employment, and also indirect contribution of all these figures. Direct contribution has to do with the materials and services that are part of the maintenance or the works of this infrastructure, and we're also talking about the impact on the value chain that allows you to generate these services, and those that are induced are the additional impacts, additional income that is generated to be able to consume products and services. This is important because this morning we've seen that the production infrastructures, where is the demand going to be located? The transportation, storage infrastructures being the ones that connect these to the demand points with benefit to the whole Spanish territory. But if we consider that practically 2/3 of the impact are going to be indirect and induced, so not necessarily produced specifically locally where the asset is being developed, this allows us to understand that this important impact in terms of GDP and employment will have a strong impact on the whole territory of Spain, contributing to the whole territorial backbone. Same figures with regard to infrastructures, as I said at the beginning, practically in all the categories per direct euro of investment or GDP contribution or impact on employment generates between 2 and 3 euros of GDP or employment, so that this impact is extended to the rest of the economy and society. Finally, even if we haven't quantified this, we cannot forget about the catalytic effect in the whole of the economy. Just to mention very quickly 5 important aspects. One, the industrial transformation of hydrogen, especially with regard to hard-to-abate industries, those that are finding it hard to decarbonize, and also taking into account global competition. If there is an efficient decarbonization roadmap, this is, of course, a must and a very important advantage. Secondly, the energy integration, as we saw this morning, the challenge of integrating renewables in the whole system is a true challenge. I'm running late, I can see that. And also having these molecules that allow to store energy. Mobility is also essential. We talk about industry, but also heavy mobility is very important with regard to the contribution of hydrogen and other uses and the export. Well, that's it. Thank you. Thank you very much, Óscar. Please put your hands together. Well, there's a certain amount of trust among us, so this is why I was here. But the good news, if we're going to continue talking about this topic, about the socioeconomic impact of hydrogen and the technological impact of the green hydrogen economy, this is why I was putting pressure on him. If you see me, no, don't use that strategy, going faster and faster and faster. Well, thank you very much, Óscar. I've seen the panelists of the next round table taking notes very quickly. I've stayed with that figure of 2% of the GDP. This is amazing. This is very relevant. We will continue looking into this matter with the next round table. As we did before, please follow the order of the photos. We now have the President of Cedigas, Joan Batalla. We also have the Director of the Just Transition Institute, Laura Martin, the Director of the Spanish Association of Hydrogen, Javier Bray, and the CEO of Impact Hydrogen, Ninken Homan, and finally co-chaired by the European Hydrogen Backbone, Maria Cecilia. Please put your hands together for them. This roundtable will take place in Spanish. Nienke.
To improve your Spanish.
Sorry.
Every time I meet Nienke on a stage, we make her suffer with the Spanish, so clearly this is a sign, but for the time being, she's going to use the headset for the translation. Thank you so much. María, todo tuyo.
Muchas gracias, Elena, y muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. Thank you to Enagás. Enagás is pioneer in the development of hydrogen corridors. It has been one of the founders of these projects, boosting the natural gas value chain and the transformation of the whole system. The European Hydrogen Backbone consists of 33 network operators of several European countries, including the UK, Switzerland, and Ukraine, among others. These investments and the socioeconomic impact can play an important role with regard to the recovery after this conflict. The European Hydrogen Backbone presented in November a study according to which the initial vision has to become a reality. We have more than 40 projects that are about to move on to FID, and they could represent about 31,000 kilometers of operation by 2030. We also know, according to latest studies, that there are long-term benefits, significant savings in the energy grid in Europe if we develop these cross-border infrastructures. But we also, we have an excellent panel to be able to reflect on these benefits. We've seen the price study regarding Spain. I will start with you.
As CEO of Impact Hydrogen and former regional minister in Groningen, could you please share specific examples on how the development of the green hydrogen value chain has brought to the regional?
I think hydrogen is actually a wonderful topic because I think most of you know the sentence, think global and act local. And hydrogen is actually, the solution that really fits into this sentence, because we have to think global, and with the European Hydrogen Backbone, that's good. That's a vision that gives people perspective, gives perspective of cooperation. But you also have, so you connect countries, but you also have to connect regions. So you have to organize this hydrogen value chain also in the region. And I think we never have to forget, so we organize hydrogen value chains that are based on the hydrogen valley approach. And the hydrogen valley approach is actually not only a technical situation, not only a technical transition, but also a social transition. It's actually a way of working together in a new way with new partners, new stakeholders. And you never ever forget that there are still a lot of people that don't see a perspective in fighting climate change for their own company because they don't know all the possible solutions. So the Hydrogen Valley approach is actually about the technical solutions, connecting companies that, of course, produce hydrogen and can use hydrogen. But as we all know, when we started talking about hydrogen, it was most of the time about production. And it took some time before we started thinking about the off-takers. So there are still a lot of potential off-takers that didn't make the switch, and they don't know exactly what the potential for their company is. So they actually don't see a perspective. And the Hydrogen Valley approach, it's actually a value chain that is extended because you plan it. You plan it not only with the companies that produce and take the hydrogen and use the hydrogen, but also with all the educational institutes that have to train the people at all levels. So vocational training, applied sciences, universities, of course, but also together with the governments. So you have to make a plan, find the white spots. What are the opportunities for the companies that don't have a hydrogen plan yet, but also not have an electricity plan? So they don't have a solution yet. And that's actually what we need to do, and is really successful in the regions where we started it. Find possible stakeholders, expand the group, make a plan together, find the white spots and especially find the opportunities. And it always starts with informing. So if we look at some examples, like new house blocks or economic zones that have a grid problem, look at the characteristics of the region. Well, you can find storage, balance the system. Agricultural, like farmers, they say, well, we need long transport routes for all our vegetables or so, or, well, dry them in the region. See if you can combine the off-takers, so the farmers, combine them, get a kind of clusters for off-take, and then you make it more easier to connect them to the producers. So you always have to look at the characteristics of the region, find the stakeholders, make a plan how you can support it with permitting processes or school people, and inform people what the possibilities are, and make it visible. Because here are all the experts, but a lot of people don't know. Is it possible or not to change my truck fleet? Is it possible or not to use storage for our economic zone? So always start with the information and show people what you can do. So yeah, I think involving small and medium enterprises, so the small and medium-sized companies, is very important because it takes some time before they can make the change, and of course it still costs money. But if they can make the change, most of the time it's much quicker. And then you can really connect the short-term visible projects to the long-term investments we also need. And combining those two, that's actually a solution.
Muchísimas gracias. Esta perspectiva regional y
Great, thank you very much. The focus on SMEs, the regional approach, all of this is essential for many countries. Javier, as president of the Spanish Hydrogen Association, what are the benefits that are linked to technological progress? What can you mention from your point of view? Production, lowering costs, so all of this is affordable for these small and medium off-takers. Thank you very much. Maria, I would like to start by thanking Enagás. As you know, the cost of producing a kilogram of hydrogen with an electrolyzer has two parts. We have the CapEx, and then on the other hand, we have the OpEx, the operations. In both, we are working to be able to improve these figures so that this gram of hydrogen is more competitive, especially taking into account current figures. The cost of investment, how much does it cost to buy an electrolyzer or to create a plant? Of course, there's a cost reduction plan, and I would like to mention that sadly, in 2023, this plan hasn't been fulfilled because the prices of electrolyzers have gone up in 2023, 2024 due to distribution, logistics, elements. We haven't been able of lowering costs, but this is just something that has to do with the current situation. There is a plan to lower costs in the near future. Between 30 and 50% of this investment should be lower. It should be around half in the near future. Which tools do we have for this? We have three tools. On the one hand, looking for alternative strategies, for instance, precious materials, electrolyzers, catalyzers that can use these elements to be able to reduce these costs by 90%. Secondly, we have a more efficient manufacturing with new fabrication units of electrolyzers. This is happening. The different manufacturers that are trying to improve their value chain, their production sites, to be able to be more efficient. And thirdly, scale economy. We've mentioned two figures today for Spain. The third VP talked about the 11 gigawatts included in the national plan for 2030, the 23 gigawatts in the expressions of interest that have been set forth for 2030. We're talking about 11 to 23 gigawatts, and this will generate a demand within the market. How much does it cost to operate this electrolyzer to be able to manage this kilogram of hydrogen? We know that we have to use the electricity to be able to be more efficient. This has to do with three strategies: reducing the startup times of electrolyzers. We have to use these electrons. We have to be able to have them working as fast as possible. This will allow us to follow up on the renewable energy curve, to have quicker mechanics. These electrolyzers will have to help us use up to the last kilowatt, having a lower charge startup. This is very important to us so that we are using all the renewable energy that is at our disposal. Also, the increase of pressure, to be able to work at higher levels of pressure. This will allow us to improve transportation figures. We can produce a hydrogen that will be directly fed into the transportation pipelines. And then finally, pure efficiency, the amount of electric energy that we need to be able to make this production happen. We need between 50-60 kilowatts hour to be able to generate a kilogram of hydrogen. With the new technologies, we will be able to reduce this by 25%. We will be under the 40 kilowatts hour to be able to generate a kilogram of hydrogen. And once again, this improves the Excel spreadsheets that we're using to be able to manage this cost. All of this together, we only have 6 years until 2030, will allow us to have more competitive hydrogen and to make these figures a reality. Thank you very much, Javier. I agree with you. The European Hydrogen Hub has published figures in November in terms of compliance and compressors, and we can see there's an impact of inflation, and also there's been an increase in cost in line with what you've said. With regard to the Just Transition Institute, what do you think about the social impact of a carrier such as hydrogen? First of all, I would like to thank Enagás for the invitation to this event and also for organizing this great event. At my institution, we work along the policies set forth by the ministry, and we've opted clearly for this opportunity towards greener energies, and the hydrogen carrier has been considered as a country project in all our works in a very short amount of time. And this country project with renewable hydrogen as a main carrier within this transition is related very closely to the socioeconomic impact. It is an essential element that helps us build a better system, a better energy system for the industry. Of course, hydrogen is offering many solutions for the energy system, but at the same time, it allows us to decarbonize industries difficult to abate, and also additional technologies that might not be using hydrogen to be able to maintain employment and also to grow in something that we consider is very important for Spain. We can be very competitive with regard to global markets. For the Spanish economy, it is important because these sectors have more added value, taking into account we have certain industries that have lower salaries. In this case, we have a higher traction. We have production, we have transportation, we have distribution, We have the production of derivatives of ammonia, and within all this system, these downstream users that will be able to use hydrogen, the ones that we know and the ones that will arise in the future. This is a socio-economic benefit, as Arturo mentioned this morning, that is evenly distributed around the country, and this is important for our social cohesion, and it also leads to possibilities of innovation, collaboration with universities, with the integration of large industries, with startups, with SMEs, with regard to final users. All these socioeconomic benefits that we believe in. We've seen the first presentation, we've seen the main figures, and from the Institute, we consider that optimizing the benefits of the transition is essential. Well, now we are working on analyzing the impact of hydrogen on employment in quality and quantity. We are collaborating with different stakeholders, and we expect during spring to have the first results, especially with regard to making recommendations to the administration, because we're going to need these professionals, these labor profiles. We need to know which ones are necessary, which ones we have, which ones we need to train, what we all have to do to be able to reach this fast development. It has to be even faster, lowering obstacles. And also from the Institute, we have to have a gender inclusive approach. Our labor market is aging, and due to pure justice, we have to be able to attract more women to these employments, because this is part of our strategy. Thank you very much. From the point of view of the Spanish gas system, taking into account your role, is our system ready so that Spain can become a world hub in terms of hydrogen?
¿Oye? ¿Sí? Vale. No, digo que gracias, María. Digo, permitidme que igual que el resto de mis colegas inicie agradeciendo la invitación a Enagás a participar en un evento tan relevante como el Día del Hidrógeno. Es un placer poder estar aquí y compartir la visión del conjunto del sector. Y yo permíteme responderte rápidamente el tema de no solo está preparando, sino que es un actor decisivo del cambio. Y yo creo que una muestra inequívoca de todo ello es el compromiso de todas las empresas que forman parte de esa cadena valor del sistema gasista por los gases renovables y en particular por el hidrógeno. Y donde sin duda, y a lo largo de esta sesión, de toda esta mañana, obviamente son enormes las oportunidades, pero también tenemos retos por delante. Yo creo que uno de los mensajes que ha quedado muy claro a lo largo de esta mañana, después de la intervención y la presentación del consejero delegado de los resultados del Call for Interest, es que hay interés por el hidrógeno, pero lo que es más importante, hay oferta, tenemos obviamente ese reto tecnológico que tú comentabas muy bien en esta década de reducción de costes, pero donde lo más importante es el papel que van a desempeñar las infraestructuras a la hora de conectar oferta y demanda. Y lo llevo a las palabras de la propia presidenta de la Comisión Europea, Ursula von der Leyen, en el discurso, en su intervención allá por el mes de septiembre, en el discurso del Estado de la Unión, y que dedicó un apartado específico precisamente al hidrógeno renovable. Y decía, es necesario impulsar esa economía del hidrógeno, es necesario acercar la oferta y la demanda, pero eso no será suficiente si no somos, o no será posible, si no somos capaces de desarrollar toda esa infraestructura que nos permita unir, conectar esos puntos. Y aquí desde la asociación es uno de los temas que estamos trabajando conjuntamente con todos nuestros socios, el tema de ver cuáles son las soluciones más eficientes en costes que nos permitan conciliar esos objetivos tan importantes de descarbonización de usos finales, descarbonización del sector industrial, pero al mismo tiempo hacerlo de la forma más eficiente en costes, de manera que seamos capaces de aprovechar todo el potencial, todas esas oportunidades y no ver una merma en nuestra competitividad en los mercados globales. Este es un aspecto crucial, el ámbito de trabajo de la asociación, pero también otras cuestiones que son cruciales para el desarrollo y despliegue del hidrógeno renovable. El tema regulatorio, los aspectos regulatorios. La vicepresidenta Tercera en su intervención lo apuntaba, la colaboración pública-privada, el grupo asesor del hidrógeno renovable, y aquí, igual que Javier, que también está liderando uno de los grupos de trabajo, Sedigas tiene el placer de liderar uno de los grupos de trabajo, el de infraestructuras, el de transporte y distribución, y de forma colaborativa, público-privada, con todos los actores, aportando esas soluciones regulatorias, qué aspectos es necesario modificar de nuestro ordenamiento normativo, de nuestro...
That we need to transpose this directive, this regulation, and there's another aspect that is very important, and I think that the role of the associations is very important. There are opportunities for us, there are different decarbonization vectors, but we cannot lose sight of the territorial aspect and the social aspect. So it's important to work with all the social actors in order to be able to identify all the opportunities and the way we can maximize their impact in the creation of employment, of a high-quality employment within the territory. And not only for this, we do not only need to work with the different actors, but also with the territorial administration. This will be decided at the central level from the administration, but the articulation of all these opportunities will come about in the different levels of the territory, and we need to create circular solutions in areas that are away from the urban areas. Allow me to ask again, following on what Laura was saying before, clearly there is a new hydrogen economy that will be requesting, needing new talents, and we need to build the skills of such talents. Do we have already the necessary talents, the necessary knowledge in this field? Well, I think we do have the talents, we do have the skills. We noted the excellent data that Óscar presented about the impacts on the employment and the GDP. He was giving us figures of about 100,000 new positions, new jobs, and this is one of the aspects that we need to pay a lot of attention. There will be challenges ahead in terms of technology and also in terms of the skill building and the training of the new professional profiles connected to the hydrogen economy. In order to give you an order of magnitude, Óscar in his study mentioned there's more than 100,000 jobs, but the International Agency of Energy said in its latest report, going up to 2050, they stated a figure that the energy supply is connected to about 14 million jobs at a global level. And by 2050, we will keep those positions, but there will be a change in the professional profiles. About 30% of such jobs will be connected to bioenergy, to renewable hydrogen, and the capture and storage of CO2. This is a radical change when it comes to covering the energy demand, the end energy demand. In Davos a few weeks ago, Manpower, in cooperation with CEPSA, presented an analysis of the potential for employment creation, job creation in Europe for the next 6 years up to 2030, and the message, the conclusion was that Spain not only has a great potential for decarbonization thanks to hydrogen, but in terms of the job creation potential at a European level, it's the main country. We are looking at about 118,000 new jobs. The main countries here were the United Kingdom, Germany, and France. There are great opportunities ahead, but there's a challenge in the skill building and the empowering of the human talent. A final figure. the challenge for the gas sector, for instance, in Spain, we are talking about 150,000 people. We see that there's a great opportunity in the renewable energies, but also there's a challenge for really building the skills among these employees, among these people, to start working with a new technology, with a new source of energy. And this requires a lot of work in terms of the educational centers and other actors that can contribute to improving this talent, this skill building. Laura, this is even more so in the coal sector. I think that there is a specific mandate, for instance, the project of La Robla, connected to an old thermal energy plant, and these sort of projects are connected to this just transition. So what would you say is the importance of the hydrogen as one of the driving factors for these regions, especially for the rural areas that are being hollowed in the past years and that are have been suffering for many years? Well, from the Institute, we have been working hard with regards to the coal. It's true that many of these plants are transitioning towards hydrogen. I was telling people about this when we were having coffee, because this is something that really gives us a lot of expectations, and it's also very meaningful to us, because these regions really were important for us in the past, and this new path towards hydrogen opens the doors for them to an innovative future, a very hopeful future. And these are projects that are really exciting for the people in these territories. How did we get to this point? Well, we had several energy infrastructures and some other industries connected to the generation of electricity through the use of coal. In the houses also, we had logistics that were related to this energy source, and this enabled us to produce a lot of renewable energies, and this has enabled us to make this transition. Sometimes there were resources connected to these industries. For instance, water was used in these plants. So there was this whole environment with talents, with people who were already professionals ready to migrate to these new developments. So the resources were already there, but obviously from the ministry we have done our part to push this. We have reached an agreement with the companies that were closing up these power plants, and we have also signaled very clearly with the funding that we were providing to the people through the recovery resilience plans in order to promote the green hydrogen sector. And the investors knew when they came to read the offerings that if they were developing this sort of projects, they would have extra aid and they would have it easier, so to speak, in order to apply to these tenders. Now, we have the challenge ahead of us to materialize all these projects. But I have to say that among all these projects, because we work with many different projects, but I have to say that the hydrogen-related projects have been very welcomed in many of the territories. They open plenty of opportunities, of possibilities, and they're very much connected with the capabilities and the skills that these societies can provide towards the economy of the country. Well, thank you. Javier, you have mentioned several technological developments that will entail a reduction in the costs. And we have been hearing this morning that from the Institute, the Iberian Peninsula would be one of the lower cost regions, or more cost efficient, so to speak. Some of also together with the North Sea and the Baltic Sea. So what are the costs that we can be looking at? What will be the economic impact connected to having a competitive supply, and how will this be distributed from a territorial viewpoint, geographical viewpoint? I think the Spanish potential has been stated very clearly this morning. Now, this is based on our renewable resources. We will be able to produce hydrogen to have our own supply and to export it. And this potential for the energy sources was there. We have the sun, we have the wind, given by our geographical position. But also we have an extra advantage, which has to do with the technology and the industry. On the technological side, we have a know-how that represents 4% of the R+D at a global level and about 15% in other areas. So there is a lot of critical mass in our universities and our industry. This is at the disposal of Europe, of the world, but obviously of our country. I have to say that the patents related to hydrogen developed from Spain at a global level only represents 0.5%. So this is not only related to hydrogen, but there is clearly a gap between science and industry. But if we go and we focus in the industry, we have already mentioned the importance of Spain between when it comes to the PCIs at a European strategic level. There have been two in particular, one related to technology and another one related to production and use of hydrogen. The technology PCIs, out of the 41 companies, 4 of them are Spanish, and out of the 35 other projects, 7 are Spanish. We are talking of a participation of between 7 and 10% in these 27 member states, European Union. This is a role that it's not a new role in our country. We also started the second hydrogen production plant in Europe, produced based on electrolysis in Huelva. We designed an electrical vehicle a few years back. And in Barcelona, Madrid, we have had already in 2008 another project that reflects the history, the important history that we have had in terms of technological development. This places us in a very good position in this race towards a hydrogen economy. Regarding the points in the chain of value where we place ourselves, the 400 members of the Spanish Hydrogen Association, we have partners that work in the part of the storage of hydrogen, transport of hydrogen, production, etc. And all this is characterized by 2 more features. We need to highlight the good distribution. We incorporate startups, academia. There are all sorts of partners in an association, and we are very well spread around the territory. If you have noted the maps presented by Arturo this morning, there were different maps. We had a map for the production of hydrogen, another one for consumption, and another one for ammonia. And they didn't match exactly, but the size of the different strong points was different depending on the map. And this is something that, in my view, is an opportunity for Spain. The importance of the opportunity depends on the region, on the geography. We have to think about technology, production, distribution. Some areas will be more into manufacturing, storage facilities, or other places will see more startups. And I think that there will be differences depending on the different regions within Spain. But talking about the role that Spain has to play, I think that we are just kicking off this race. We are in the starting line, but I think that we have already done some categorizing. As you know, when there is a popular race, the runners are organized depending on their skills and their recorded speed. And now this is what we have been doing. Now, it is very important to take into account that training and the 37th measure in our roadmap includes the training between 2020 and 2024. We have included hydrogen in different master's degrees. There are several universities, some of them official centers that can provide masters, which include training in hydrogen and education in hydrogen. We have a lot of work to do, but I think that in order to keep this leadership position, we need to be able to equip those positions. We need to find the talents for the gaps that we have, for the vacancies that we see in the employment sector.
The perspective. In the context of transition into a greener economy, how do you see the importance of diversity in the sector, in the hydrogen sector, influencing innovation and creating new opportunities in terms of socioeconomic impact?
Well, it really makes me happy this is a wonderful place to sit here, because I can see that there are so many women in the audience, so that's wonderful. Well done, ladies, I would say. Yes, I think there's no transition with half of the people. So we need both, of course, and that's quite normal. Actually, I'm from the Northern Netherlands, so we work all over the world and we learn from the hydrogen value chains that we organize. And what we see is that, actually, we started a lot of, educational routes on every level. And what we see, only a specific hydrogen route, okay, it is good, but much more effective and also quite interesting for females was putting a little hydrogen course next to an existing course. So that was much more, attractive. And that's actually what we need. We need these new solutions to invite people to join this transition. So in the Hydrogen Valley, that was in the Northern Netherlands, what we did, so I get very happy from what you said about the regions and, the special characteristics of these regions, is what we did, we analyzed. Actually, we had a terrible situation. We had earthquakes due to the natural gas mining, so we were very motivated, high unemployment rates, so we were very willing, and everyone was very willing. So we analyzed the characteristics, and also what is the labor market. And we found out that we, of course, had a lot of information about molecules. We had a lot of chemical industry because of the natural gas. We had offshore wind and a rural area. So we analyzed this, and we said, based on these characteristics, this is the roadmap we're going to make, and we're going to do this together. And analyze what is the more technical part, but this is also about organizing it. This is also a social science part. This is also on vocational level very important, because we need them also. So we really organized it on every level. And if I look at the map of Spain, and thank you for adding this also, because I see a lot of wonderful regions with their own characteristics. And you can use their knowledge, because diversity is not only about male-female, it's also about getting people involved, get them attracted, show them that there's a role for them in this transition. And we did some research in Puerto Llano. Well, most of you will know it. I also heard I have to learn Spanish there last year, so sorry not learning it in a year, but I'll try. Is that in Puerto Llano, for example, we have some special characteristics. There's a lot of knowledge on specific industry, also agriculture, but also transportation. So you can map those opportunities, see what is missing, and map, also plan the educational part, but also see how can we attract, short-term solutions, for example, for the small and medium enterprises. And there are a lot of females also there attracted in a way.
We have 1 minute left, 15 seconds each for a takeaway. What would be your takeaway, Ninke? To make a plan to what?
Well, make a plan for the region also, so you can scale the regions. Connect the regions, including the countries, of course.
Javier.
Bien, para que...
To leave a clear message, electrolysis is something that we know for many years, but it doesn't mean that we cannot improve it. And this is where we are right now, to make the process more efficient, more competitive. You're not going to give us a figure for the cost? Well, that depends on the cost of the power, electrical power. Laura, what would be your final message? Well, when I started in the Just Transition in 2018, we couldn't imagine that we could be here and that we would have this, all these actors involved, all this power involved. We have done a lot of work, an intensive work. We have gone through a pandemic, and I think that we have overcome many obstacles together, and we are in a very different situation. So now we need to use all this collective knowledge in order to really tune up the things, and we need to involve the whole of the society, and we need to find among us all strategies that involve a lot of cooperation, less conflict, and we need this can enable us to build a country project. Well, my message would be that the hydrogen economy goes beyond decarbonization. It's about circularity, it's about the wealth of the territory, the territorial cohesion, and the opportunities for the whole of the society. Thank you so much. This is a true rock star panel. Thank you so much. Thank you, Maria. And Maria Cecilia is a true rock star, because moderating a roundtable such as this with so many visions and such little time, especially for the pace she gets for this. Well, don't forget to mention this next year. Well, I was going to sum this up in 2 words with the words, these words are country project. Not only Spain, but the rest of the European countries.
Dutch for Spanish.
Oh no, okay, next year.
She's working on it. Thank you so much. Despedimos esta mesa ahora sí, María.
Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Sí.
Gracias.
Congratulations. Now we have the last session before lunch, the last speaker before lunch. We're going to lock the doors so nobody escapes before lunch, because he's going to deal with a very interesting topic, which is one of the main challenges that the hydrogen sector is facing at the moment. This is a sector that is being built right now, as we have heard from different speakers this morning, including Arturo Gonzalo, but we're already riding the train, and we're already on board, but there are things that we need to fine-tune now. And in this market, we do not have a reference price index. And Spain, it makes sense to have our own national price index. And now we please welcome the president of Enagás, Raúl Yunta.
Y muy buena idea la de que cerrar las.
Thank you very much. Yes, good idea. Close the doors so that nobody leaves. Well, this is just the presentation before lunch. The first thing I want to do is thank Enagás. Thank you for this slot of time to talk about this matter. Congratulations also on your success. Related to what has been previously said, the world of hydrogen is related to the sentence, think global, act local, as was said during the previous roundtable. This is a local action for this global market, which is hydrogen. For this, allow me to make a small introduction with this slide. It shows the different stages of development of the hydrogen market. In this case, we can take the reference of the development of other markets, for instance, natural gas. Natural gas evolution shows many lessons that we can learn from the initial stages with no liquidity, the illiquidity market with a limited number of transactions, and the system needs support so that the market works. I remember the early stages of natural gas. There was a METVAC price that was the administrative reference, and it was supported so that other alternative fuels could progress. This is the reference. We have a limited number of transactions over time, and we need to move on to the following stage, which is having more liquidity in the market, more transactions, also with ownership transfers of gas that would also lead to more wealth within the market. Also balancing the stake or pay that now are called HPAs and hydrogen. This is there's a similar element so that we can have shorter term contracts with more standardization, with the possibility of also creating organized markets. This is what we can see over time. Next slide. This is probably very important, and with regard to this transfer, I don't want to repeat what has been said before. We want to evolve from a price that is based on cost to a price that is based on value. This is what the market has to bring, the hydrogen market in this case. As we can progress from the cost-based pricing to a value-based pricing, we will have higher level of trustworthiness in the price, so that the price that is being paid is really the fair price of the market. As there's a higher exchange capacity, a higher soundness of the network, well, these transfers of ownership of gas or hydrogen will take place. How can we obtain these price indexes? Well, the first methodology is based on the cost-based prices. We have two types. On the one hand, we have the ask price, which is the production price. It is the stock price of the producer, the minimum price over which the producer is not willing to sell. Below which, sorry, correction, the bid price is the purchasing price. It is also a stock price according to which off-takers are willing to pay for. These prices can be calculated depending on estimated costs. And this would be the first approximation that can be done with regard to the price of hydrogen. We can go into detail with regard to this slide, but on the left-hand side, we're talking about the levelized cost of hydrogen, the average along the lifetime of the installation. 2/3 of this price is the price of energy, of electricity. Then we also have to take into account the price of electrolyzers that have to be more efficient. On the demand side, costs are more difficult to forecast. In this case, we have a substitution cost for the consumers of hydrogen. We can see what the cost of replacing with hydrogen would be in terms of emission costs, but for those that are consuming natural gas or that are subject to the emission trading system, well, we will have to take into account the retrofitting cost and the substitution of boilers with the new ones. The key message is that a message can be built. There will be a ask price and the bid price. The gap between both will tell us how liquid or illiquid the market is. The smaller the spread, the more liquidity of the market. And as we can make this spread smaller, the competitiveness of the market will be greater. We also have to take into account the value-based approach with the OTC contracts. We can set also specific auctions or tenders that will provide information on the market price. And during the last phase, the highly development phase, we have prices of negotiations of standardized contracts and products, or the wealth of, for instance, the current natural gas market. Conclusion, two main ideas. On the one hand, the Iberian organized gas market wants to contribute to the development of the Spanish market of hydrogen by publishing the price index during the different phases of maturity of the market. At the same time, we want to prepare this as the Spanish hydrogen marketplace, adding additional indexes, tools, and producers to the off-takers and producers so that demand and supply can match. The under-request auctions represent a mechanism that can work. It works in the natural gas market, so why not extend it to the hydrogen market? And, well, this is almost the end of my presentation. I don't want to be told off for being too long. These are the next steps. We can set up thorough studies of the cost-plus prices, but I think that we would be wasting time. We need the collaboration of all stakeholders to be able to fine-tune the methodology regarding the elaboration of these prices. So I encourage all stakeholders who want to participate in the development of the methodology of the Iberian, Portuguese, and Spanish price index. We have strong experience in the collaboration between Portugal, Spain, and France in regulations and requirements. This is a great opportunity for us to be able to become the European hydrogen hub. All those interested stakeholders, please send us an email to renovables@meetgas.es. We will open up a system with consultations, contribution of ideas, any development that can contribute to this methodology. We will make this methodology public, also with regard to those that are not part of this work group. This would be my final remark. We are willing at any time, under request, from the point of view of producers, from the point of view of demand, to organize and launch auctions that can lead to long-term contracts depending on the needs. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Raúl. I don't tell anybody off. I just put a slight pressure on people. It's great to be able to eat when one is hungry, so thank you for that. Thank you, Raúl. Before lunch, 2 quick comments. 1, headsets for the interpretation. If you're going to leave, please give them back at the exit. The best is yet to come. to be careful when you cross the street. Please use the zebra crossing. We don't want any tragedies. Enjoy lunch, bon appetit, and we'll be back at 3:30 sharp. See you later, streaming.
Vamos a comenzar en breve, por favor. Buenas tardes, tomen asiento.
Good afternoon, please take a seat.
Your seats will be starting in a few seconds. Thank you so much. Empezamos en unos segunditos. Muchas gracias. El streaming que esté ahí paciente, que vamos enseguida. Cortado el micro, ¿eh? Quieren que hable. Ahora sí. Hola, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the afternoon session of this second day of hydrogen by Enagás. Welcome via streaming. If you just joined us, it is a pity. We've had a wonderful morning, but it is all recorded. You can check it on Enagás webpage. This morning has been super interesting, and the afternoon session is going to be the same. We have two speakers. We also have a roundtable, conclusions, and the institutional closing. It's going to go by very quickly. My name is Elena de Fuentes. I am in charge of conducting the afternoon. We have two hashtags. Hidrógeno es ahora, the yearly hashtag, and we also have the Hydrogen Day, El Día del Hidrógeno, these two in English and Spanish.
Forgot to ask for it, somebody will bring it to you, or feel free to just go to the entrance to get it. Remember, channel 1 is Spanish, channel 2.
Channel 1 Spanish, 2 English. If you need interpretation into Spanish or English, please use the headsets and don't forget to give them back. Last year you were very good at this, so let's do it same as last year so that we can have a third day of hydrogen. We have some parts in English, some parts in Spanish, but it is mainly in Spanish. We've all heard that if you cannot measure it, you cannot improve it. Who said this? Come on, anyone? We're a bit scared. No, I wouldn't take the floor either. Normally, it is said that Peter Drucker said this, an Austrian expert, but it is William Thomson Kelvin, physicist and mathematicians from Great Britain. What cannot be measured cannot be improved. In 1987, the Metrology and Innovation Center of Enagás was created in Zaragoza. There has been a plan implemented to be able to provide service to the hydrogen network. It will allow them to measure the input and output, and it has a new name. It is High Loop. It is amazing. Great name. I shouldn't be the one saying this, right? But I think I can. I'm an external party. High Loop. To be able to know more about the High Loop, we have the Infrastructure General Manager and the Technical Services Director, Claudio Rodriguez and Rosa Nieto, who will be taking the floor right now.
Muchas gracias, Elena, y buenas tardes a todas y a todos.
Thank you, Elena. Good afternoon. The feasibility of storage infrastructures requires technologies, development and technologies. These are necessary when it is about talking about measuring techniques. This is essential because the energy balance of the system depends on this, and so does the guarantee of the final use of the infrastructures. This measurement system is complex. It is made of a determination of quantity, of quality, and certain elements that set the parameters of the conditions of the process to be able to feed in the information with regard to the algorithms. We have instruments as the critical elements, and they all need a metrological acceptance. This is set by a certified lab. In 1987, Enagás created in Zaragoza a Technology and Innovation Center. According to the measurement requirements, as they got more stringent in terms of regulations with more technology, Enagás established a plan to be able to have a network of labs to be able to apply these requirements. For this reason, the lab plan sets forth 4 units, one high pressure, the other one low pressure. High pressure is as close as possible to the operation conditions, a quality lab and an instrumentation lab. These 4 labs have a certification. The high pressure lab has special features and it has a certification that is approved by the Meteorological Center in Spain. There's been an evolution, certain requirements of the grid. We have adapted our installations to an element that has analytical capacity of biomethane and a testing unit to be able to measure the methane emissions of the system. An installation network that can allow us to manage the instruments, approximately 1,200 instruments. This lab has become an advanced knowledge management center with staff, and that represents approximately 40% of the staff of Enagás. In 2020, at a meeting with SNAM, we launched the following initiative. It is focused on the main transportation stakeholders in Europe to be able to carry out the storage system in Spain. We launched the H2GAR. We have different stakeholders that decided to join this initiative, and little by little the different transportation stakeholders. It is about sharing knowledge and taking into account the little amount of time that we have with regard to feasibility, to focus on gaps, to accelerate technical transformation. This is divided in 6 working groups. Enagás is leading 2 of these working groups. One working group has been able to identify the technological gaps and needs so that all the stakeholders in Europe have the certification labs that are necessary for the hydrogen network. Within the measurement unit led by Enagás, we have analyzed all the chain of measurement. The main conclusions that have been drawn is that with regard to the gas measurement field, the level of technological uncertainty is low. We need to progress in certain standards, but the teams that measure the quality of hydrogen already exist. Nonetheless, when we're talking about gas meters, about measuring the gauge, the uncertainty is higher, especially with certain measurement units that are allowed to have more flow, ultrasound units that have to be specifically designed for hydrogen, for the different properties of this gas compared to natural gas. The good news is that we have manufacturers that have feasible equipments for hydrogen. But there's a challenge that hasn't been solved. The availability of different metrology labs that are certified in Europe that will be able to respond to the calibration needs of meters and counters in the future. For this reason, different initiatives have been launched to be able to develop these labs. One of these is the High Loop project by Enagás. It is also related to the Green Hide Pipes European project that aims at transforming the metrology center of Zaragoza to be able to provide service to the future hydrogen network. In this lab, we're not only focusing on the calibration of the flow meters. The idea is to have the other 3 labs, quality, instrumentation and calibration, ready for hydrogen. In the quality lab, we can say that it is ready for blending, and in June 2024, it will be ready for 100% hydrogen. The same goes for the instrumentation lab. Right now, we are mainly focusing on the development of the hydrogen calibration lab. It will be commissioned in June 2025. This calibration lab will work in a closed loop to be able to avoid emissions of hydrogen to the outside. It will be valid for several types of hydrogen. It will be able to calibrate different counters and devices. We also have the possibility of extending it with new lines to be able to calibrate counters that are larger, depending on the market needs. And it also has the possibility of installing a primary reference center. The patterns or counters that we have in the calibration testing units also need to be calibrated. These patterns are calibrated against these primary references that don't exist for the time being in Europe. They're now being developed, and we hope to be able to do so in the future. With this, we would have a full metrology chain. Recently, the good news is that a European project in which we're participating, the H2 flow trace, has been launched. It's got the financing, and within this project, one of the contributions of Enagás is to carry out tests in 6 counters of natural gas, hydrogen, and mix to be able to analyze the behaviors depending on the type of gas. This means that our high loop has a confirmed demand. 4 main conclusions of this presentation. This project is an example of how Enagás is transforming its technical capacities to become a reference HTNO. It also entails sharing synergies, experiences, moving forward in the collaboration with the involvement of TSOs and also manufacturers and the whole industry that will be providing these services. We will continue opting for all these collaborations. Thirdly, the commissioning of this lab in June 2025 will allow Spain and Enagás to have a reference metrology center in due time so that the maturing standardization certification of new equipments can take place. This installation will allow us to efficiently manage all of these elements. We can now calibrate and repair equipment, and we can also provide service to the other stakeholders of the hydrogen chain. We hope to have conveyed the excitement that we all experience within this project, and consider that we're talking about trains. We are on this train, on this wagon that is so important with regard to the life cycle of hydrogen. Thank you very much. Thank you for the 2 of you. And they, well, were worried about time, and, well, you've had an extra minute. You had more than enough. They have brought good news just after lunch, a difficult moment. We have many people following this event via streaming. Thank you for being there. We're now going to move on to the next section. It is a round table. Then we will have the conclusions by the CEO and the closure. We're going to be talking about the value chain of hydrogen. We cannot finish this event without talking about this important matter. We know that hydrogen is an essential carrier to be able to have a sustainable future in terms of energy. But for this, we need to talk about the whole value chain, the full process from production to the application and use. We are going to share the points of view of different stakeholders within the value chain of hydrogen and the different elements that are important for the deployment of this technology. I'm going to be introducing them. Applause at the end. We have the CEO of Nortegas. We also have the General Secretary of Gasnam, Eugenia Siguero, the General Director of Renagosa, Rodrigo Diaz, the CEO of Atlantic Copper, Javier Targueta, and the Vice President of Business for Hydrogen for Spain and New Markets of BP, Carolina Mesa, moderated by our great friend, President of Shine, Tomás Malango. So welcome, welcome all of you.
Tomás tiene la responsabilidad de moderar.
Tomás is in charge of moderating 5 people. That is easily said than done. And also, this is the second part, the last part of the content of this second day of hydrogen by Enagás, because after you comes the CEO of Enagás. So the floor is yours. Well, I think that today has been productive enough, and I am sure that whatever I do, this is not going to lower the bar for you. And I am accompanied by great speakers. So let me start by congratulating the Enagás team for having gathered such important representatives within the value chain of the hydrogen. So let me express my gratitude in particular for this. And within this topic of the chain value of the hydrogen, I would like to start by collecting some of the things that have been said throughout the day. Hydrogen is an opportunity for the country with regards to the chain value, and I think that all the elements within the chain value can be available and contribute to turning this market into a reality. From Shine, the organization that I represent, we have tried to build this ecosystem that represents this reality. And the conversation that we're going to be having in the next minutes will enable us to really grasp the size of the opportunity, but also the challenges ahead of us, because this is not an easy task. This is a marathon that will require efforts from all the organizations in order to really implement this reality, materialize this reality. So from this, I would like to share some thoughts with the actors that we have here on the stage with us. I will start with Carolina Mesa, the Vice President of Business of Hydrogen Business in BP. For Spain and the new markets. So what is your vision of hydrogen as a new facilitator within this chain value? Well, I'm going to step back a little bit and to remind you the vision of BP as the development of the market. First of all, we see that there will be a replacement of the gray hydrogen by the renewable hydrogen. We are seeing this already in the fertilizers, for instance. Then there's a second phase where we go beyond that towards decarbonization of the operations. And then beyond that, this involves the creation of regional hubs where consumers, industries will be offered several solutions, low carbon solutions. And a final stage that would have to deal with the imports and export. We will see maybe in the future what happens with the molecules. That is a market that is global and in a liquid form. So what is the importance of all these valleys? These valleys allow us to comply with or to fulfill all these stages. And Spain is greatly positioned in this sense because of our geographical position, and also we see that there is a local demand that really serves as an anchor to all these hubs, the regional hubs, and also we are at a right distance with regards to the demand coming from the north of Europe. So what are the advantages of these valleys, and in what way can they help develop the market? On the one hand, they contribute to create an ecosystem where consumers, distributors, public entities, and different technical institutions that have an interest in these type of projects come together. This creates certain scale economies that benefit the development of such hubs. And as this industry grows, other actors, smaller ones, can enter the market. In what way is this helpful? Well, this is helpful because it enables us to align the interests, and also it enables us to have a more competitive molecule, and it facilitates also the export. Also, all these actors working together allow us to make investments in infrastructure, both at a regional level, getting all these actors together, and also in terms of the exports towards other countries, as it has been said before. These valleys also enable a better public-private partnership because governments can help from the side of enabling the works to be done and contributing to finding the best way of moving forward. And it's a pole of attraction for industries that might not have considered coming to these regions, but these scale economies seem attractive to them. And also there are economic incentives for the region and also an employment generation around this industry. You have talked about the competitive hydrogen, and my mind went immediately towards Javier Targueta, who is the CEO of Atlantic Cooper, as a representative of the industry that could be also a potential consumer of the different uses of the hydrogen. So what are the challenges that you see in your processes, in your operations for the hydrogen? Well, thank you, and thank you to Enagás for inviting me to participate in this panel. I feel very privileged. I would like to be more optimistic and start by talking about the opportunities these offers. These are very numerous, and we are using fossil fuels and reductive agents, fossil reductive agents, and the possibility of using hydrogen as a fuel and as a slimming agent is very important when we think about a decarbonization that, as what Carolina was saying before, competitiveness. Because if decarbonization is not connected to the improvement of our competitiveness, we would see decarbonization due to having to close the business. So I think competitiveness is really important, and by using hydrogen, we would be in a position to attain enough decarbonization to be close to the net zero goal. And at the same time, this is a great opportunity for seeing the stabilization of prices, both in the slimming agents and the fuels. And regarding the challenges, these are the ones that impact those who are going to produce, store, and transport hydrogen. And another one that is maybe less important, which is the chemistry, kinetics that affects these types of processes when we are talking about liquid metal at about 5,500 degrees. What are the modifications that will be necessary in our production plans and the different distributors and the way that we distribute within the metal bath, the hydrogen. This is something that scares us slightly less. We believe that this will be sorted by the time we need to use it. And our first challenge is, when will this be available? In the case of decarbonization, or when we think about this decarbonization, when we'll be able to align with the Green Deal. We are almost fully in line with the Green Deal. Some parts of it, we believe, are simply not possible. It's not that we disagree with it, but the Green Deal talks about growth without increasing the resources. This is simply not possible. Circular economy will not be able to generate enough resources in terms of materials, in terms of strategic and critical materials that we will be needing within the European Union and the rest of the world in order to perform all the energy transitions that would lead to a net zero in any year. We're not talking about 2050, we are talking about any year. There are great carbon emission producers that will not stop their emissions, and we will not be able to comply with the 2030 agenda. So this is a very good working starting point, but this is simply not feasible. Also, we need to think that there is a complication in with the Critical Raw Materials Act, which is also a challenge. And I think I forgot to mention one very important opportunity. What we produce are metals that are part of the materials that are strategic and critical, and therefore anything that represents a transition towards renewable energies will require great amounts of copper on top of what's already being used at the moment around the world. And this is something very interesting for us. So to speak, we could say that these are great opportunities both upstream and downstream. Later we will go back to the timing. And I think that you are highlighting challenges that are very relevant, that have an impact in aspects such as the economic and social factors. Now, Rodrigo Diaz, I was going to call you Roy because we've known each other for a while. He's the general director of Reganosa, and I think you have a great experience of working with hydrogen in different countries, in Germany, in other countries as well. And I would like you to share with us what's your view from Reganosa, the development of this value chain in other regions of the world. What are the things that we could be learning from what is being done elsewhere? Well, first of all, I would like to thank Enagás for this invitation and congratulate the team for organizing this forum that we believe is very relevant and needed. We are promoting green hydrogen projects both in Spain, of course, and also we are cooperating with other producers from other countries such as Germany and Greece. Raúl Yunta was mentioning this morning the way similarities in the way this market is being organized. And we are seeing that the Spanish companies have used our experience in the gas market in order to become global. We're also acquiring new skills in the green hydrogen field to promote this scalability. We hope that the projects that we are working on might help understand or might be useful in other projects. As Carolina said, our projects are focused in a national industrial scale. If we look at the value chain, many countries are positioning themselves as exporters or importers of green hydrogen. Some have plans for complementing their business with one or the other, import or export. We are working on electrolyzers, and the main use of the hydrogen that will be the hydrogen that will be produced is mainly aimed at replacing gray hydrogen. Regarding the size of the projects, for instance, we see projects between 20 and 200 megawatts in Spain and Greece, and bigger projects in Germany that can start from 200 megawatts in a first phase and reach up to 500 megawatts. Regarding the business model, the one that prevails is I buy renewable power and I sell hydrogen, or I include this in the production of derivatives such as ethanol or others. Sometimes it's the producer of the renewable energy, the one that takes on the risk for the hydrogen side of the process. And regarding the value chain about the hydrogen transport, all projects are considering the connection to a pipeline, whether it is natural gas lines that are being upgraded. And in Germany and in other countries, all countries are considering connecting to a grid that might fill the whole of the territory. It has been said also that regarding the aids, we are talking about schemes where the tolls for the electrical grid is subsidized for 20 years. And something that we're seeing also in Germany is that despite these aid programs, the expectations for the off-takers can be around 40–50% above the expectations in other countries. Well, I think that you have given us a lot of information that can be definitely useful to build here the future. Eugenia, from Gaznam, I think you incorporate all those actors within the gas sector, especially oriented towards mobility elements. What are you seeing? I think that the actors that you deal with are quite varied. What is your perspective on this from Gaznam? Well, thank you, Enagás, for letting us participate in this important forum. When we talk about the way we see transport in the future, I think that the best thing is to start with a regulatory framework. I think this is the basis that will give us a clue as to the way the hydrogen penetration will evolve in the future. And I'm referring in particular to the European framework, the Fit for 55, which is a regulatory framework that really sets the foundation for the carbonization of the transport sector, which is very hard to decarbonize. In fact, what we see in the Fit for 45 package is that there are certain obligations, certain incentives for different transport modes and for the penetration of hydrogen and its derivatives, and in all the elements within the value chain. Europe is very aware that the challenge is so big that it requires a collective effort and an ecosystem that can really turn the goals into realities. The obligations are very diverse for the providers of fuel. The RED III establishes a goal for the reduction of the emissions intensity of around 14%. And it not only states that establishes that you need to reduce your emissions, but you also have to do it in a certain manner, including a share of advanced fuels, and a part of which need to be RCB2s. This represents about 30% of the European consumption. And these represent obligations for the fuel providers in the RED 3. This is extensive to the sea transport and the but this doesn't stop there. Fit for 55 includes also different links in this chain. Let's look, for instance, at the manufacturers of vehicles. It's been currently developed an act regarding the manufacturers of heavy-duty vehicles. They need to have 40% of trucks with zero net emissions. I think this is a very important figure, and it represents the effort that the sector, the automobile sector, will have to make in the future. And we cannot forget that this is related to very heavy sanctions. If the vehicle manufacturers do not comply with this regulation, they will have to pay high fines. Regarding the infrastructures, the regulation regarding the renewable energy infrastructures, there's a demand of certain emissions from this side, and as you can see, all the parts within this value chain are being considered. We are also talking about the rights of emissions, and we have the fuel in maritime, where there is a goal of a 2% of penetration of our FBOs. And in air transport, the obligations are even higher because they will have to incorporate their shares of NFBOs in 2030 in a progressive manner, reaching 35% by 2050. You might be thinking that these are very demanding goals and very hard to comply with. This will give results, an outcome in the longer term. But we see that there is a clear will on the side of Europe to bet on hydrogen as a vector within the transport sector. And this is a great opportunity for the hydrogen that we want to push, and especially for Spain as this project at a country level that we want to push.
Thank you, Eugenia. Thank you for your contribution, your mention of derivatives and the application in different industries that won't be able to use pure hydrogen. Javier Contreras, in your case, from Nortegas, what is your vision on the role of distributors within this new economy? We've talked about the role of the TSO, but we also have the distribution network. We have to reach final consumers and also take into account the transportation network. What is your opinion on the development of this network, and what are the challenges that you're facing within this newborn market? First of all, thank you. Thank you. It is great to be able to share reflections at this important forum. The role of distributors. I think that in the gas sector, this is obvious, this is clear. The gas sector is fully committed towards energy transition and fully committed towards finding technological solutions that will allow, via transportation and distribution network, to have gases circulating. And as the President said this morning, with regard to the electrification not being sufficient, Distributors are playing this role, looking for technological solutions. We're investing in projects such as the hydroduct of Vizcaya, the first one that has been commissioned in Spain, and also the H2 area rending. If you look for this on Google, Enagás Hydrogen, it is an important driver with regard to the residential sector. With regard to hydrogen, the Carolina has explained it well. Production and consumption within this geographical area that will be limited will make infrastructures more competitive, getting hydrogen closer to customers. And we have to use the potential that we have in Spain. For this, we have large new capacities installation plans of renewables. We have to take profit of this. This morning, hearing some of the speakers, I was thinking, looking at the green hydrogen production capacities and domestic consumptions, how important is it to have this green hydrogen produced in Spain? How important is it for it to stay in Spain? It is essential with regard to our industry, our competitiveness, etc. And this will help us increase the contribution of industry to the GDP of Spain. Our territory is based on Asturias, Cantabria, and Basque Country. These regions amount for 18%. Their industry amounts for 18% of the GDP. So we are very close to industrial customers. Let's not forget that 99% of industrial customers in Spain are connected to a natural gas network. And as Javier was saying, in terms of competitiveness of the industry, we know our customers very well. When we ask them, what do you need to be able to decarbonize? I don't want to worry about on-site production. I don't want to be concerned by supply. I need safety and I need competitive prices. The safety of the supply is essential, and I think that at the end of the day, we're also talking about backbone networks that will contribute to join the valleys, the consumption points, and this is about ensuring the guarantee of supply and competitiveness. Thank you. Thank you very much for that contribution, Javier. Javier, starting with you, but this is a question for everybody. This has been going on for years, and the time has come to make it a reality. And I would like to know from each one of you, what do you think has to happen this year so that we can accelerate the market of hydrogen? How has this got to be turned into final investment decisions? What are the challenges with regard to hydrogen deployment? I would mention two. On the one hand, the transposal into Spanish legislation of the gas package. This is very important. There is a strong consensus around it. This gas package, the natural transposition, has to do with modifying the hydrocarbon law here in Spain. There's a separation of roles between the transportation and the distribution, and this is occurring in Spain and in other European countries. The distributor, we are the ones taking the molecule everywhere. 99% of industries are connected to a distribution network here, and the role of transport companies are essential. Supply, this is essential for the production poles, but we need capillarity. to be able to reach more and more industries and to be able to increase our competitiveness. The other important topic that is associated to the legislative amendment is validating the hydrogen mix percentages within the natural gas network. Not necessarily 3% of the transportation network of the blending can absorb more than 3%. We are demonstrating this in the H2 area project, and the blending has two advantages. On the one hand, it can help us develop the demand of hydrogen via certifications, and we're talking about smaller quantities. Secondly, it helps decarbonize the residential sector that won't be using pure hydrogen as other industries. Just to give you an example, if we could inject 20% of green hydrogen to the distribution network, we would be decarbonizing 50% of the residential consumption, such as the one that took place last year. This is a great lever, and we would reach spectacular results with this. Well, within the transportation sector in 2024, I would highlight three wishes. First of all, the transposition of RED 3, and the objectives that have been mentioned are part of our legal system, and the sooner they're transposed, the better. 2024 is important because the regulation in terms of renewables sets that the member states have to organize national frameworks in terms of the renewables infrastructure status, not only ones I have mentioned before, but also our seaports, the availability of synthetic fuels, derivatives of hydrogen, ammonia, etc. This helps us forecast also medium-term objectives, policies that will help us reach these objectives. This has to be part of a national plan, and within this framework, member states will have to present in December 2024 a draft to Brussels, and this is a process that we will have to carry out along the year. Third wish is related to the certification of hydrogen. We have the development of a union database. It is very relevant for the transportation sector. It is subject to different obligations when we need to be able to certify the reduction of emissions. We've come a long way with regard to the origin guarantees platform, and it would be great to take a further step so that these guarantees of origin can help us certify the reduction of emissions, certifying that we are also abiding by the European objectives, and certifying that this power that has been used for the production of hydrogen is renewable. I don't really want to be too specific, but I do want to highlight that we need to work on different aspects. Many things have to happen within the value chain. Sometimes I have the feeling that many things are happening within this market. We're developing a new energy carrier, and as Eugenia was saying before, this development entails certain strategies and decarbonization policies in Europe, and the companies that want to participate in this process have to develop a hydrogen market that is environmentally sustainable, economically sustainable, and socially sustainable. In a nutshell, this year we need to gain visibility, which renewable energy will be available to produce hydrogen, what cost, deadlines, electrolyzers, how are they going to be connected to the grid, specifying also the projects, and this will help us gain visibility on the cost of hydrogen and also visibility with regard to the real demand. Call for interest projects are very important because they help us measure the potential cost or the potential price of hydrogen, and this is also an efficient way forward. And if the demand is not there to be able to promote the hydrogen market, well, we will have to launch different initiatives and measures to boost it. To be able to do this, as has been said by many, the private public partnerships are essential. Taking into account the projects will have to be changed, adapted, and this will also allow us to have a vision on hydrogen. The collaboration between companies, the public-private partnerships, this is essential, I think, to be able to move forward. Yes, thank you. Javier? Well, this year, it would be great to be able to see from the industrial sector, highly dependent on energy, to answer 4 questions. 1, from our ignorant standpoint, how are hydrogen producers going to solve or face the challenge of having competitive hydrogen in terms of sale price if the consumption is going to have to take place 24 hours a day? Water electrolysis, and it seems that according to studies, to be able to have competitive hydrogen with competitive gas, $10 per million BTUs, we need an energy that would not go beyond 10 euros megawatts hour generated. Secondly, if it is not a continuous production, to be able to take into account cheaper prices, how to overcome the capex challenge that is multiplied by 2 or 3. Third question, when? When will we have hydrogen to be able to consume it? And fourth question that encompasses the previous ones, the approximate price at which we would be able to buy hydrogen as a replacement of natural gas or other slimming agents that were mentioned before. Yes, I think that the challenge of price has been with us all day long. We don't have a clear answer to it. Maybe during the 3rd day of hydrogen. Well, I'm not going to pick up on that. Regarding challenges, I think that my colleagues have mentioned many of them. I do want to be positive. I really like the hashtag of Enagás, hydrogen today, hydrogen now, and this is the year 2024 is the year during which we're going to see these investments become a reality, so that we can also reach the national plans objectives, 11 gigawatts by 2030. We need to have a regulatory tax framework that is stable, that is predictable. We need to have legal security to be able to carry out these initiatives. Deadlines, well, European funds have to fulfill these deadlines with regard to the existing programs. We've talked about the valleys before. They have to continue developing, and also the planning of necessary infrastructures in terms of distribution, transmission, storage. Another topic that has been mentioned has to do with the development of the supply chain. If we think about electrolyzers, right now we have a strong demand. It is difficult to set commitments, and in parallel, supply has to be increased. And we hope to be able to see progress this year in this line. And then innovation, 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 technological innovation. It is key for competitiveness to be able to reach the right levels of price and to be able to move forward. And finally, permits, so that these projects can move forward adequately. These objectives have to be set. The objectives for 2050, we need to have the official version of these projects so that green hydrogen is a reality as it is now, but even more. Thank you once again for the invitation. I met many of my colleagues yesterday. It's been great to be here at this roundtable. And once again, congratulations to Enagás for this event. Thomas, I wanted to mention another question, the challenge of water, availability of water for electrolyzers, so that we don't have serious restrictions with regard to the production of hydrogen. Well, this could be the topic of another roundtable. Clearly, it is going to be an important topic within hydrogen. Summarizing, I think that valleys are essential as a point of entry in the market and also as a way forward, transportation systems, so that all the different points are connected. We need to be able to make the difference between hydrogen as raw material within the industry and also producing molecules for transportation or industrial heat, different applications that we will have to assess, and of course, reaching all customers, capillarity of the networks. It is clear that this need is real. As for challenges, regulation in its different aspects, certifications, network, and everything in between, visibility of demand. This will have to be clear to be able to leave this loop, collaboration, and also the development of the supply chain as a part of the innovation ecosystem. I learned a lot. Thank you for your contributions. And that's it. Thank you. Thank you to our panelists. We've enjoyed, we've learned, I've taken notes. I have my own PhD from this afternoon. The letter to Father Christmas or the three wise men, well, if you don't get anything by 2025, don't be surprised. They're going to be very busy with all the different wishes and requests for 2024. We have the year ahead. Thank you, Tomás, for your moderating role.
Mientras ellos se van con sus deseos y con toda la
While they leave the stage, Tomás has made a great summary of what's been said in this panel, and I think it's the right time for Dr. Arturo Gonzalo to summarize the whole day today. But I have taken the liberty of writing down a summary, a non-official summary of today, and I've gathered this in 6 key concepts that I hope you will take home with you. 6 alliances, understanding solidarity among the different companies, public and private, and the member states. Then infrastructures. We have heard there's no transition without transmission. The fourth, storage. Five, competitiveness, efficiency, and cost efficiency. And the next one, country project, involving, of course, the training and the capacity building and the social impact this is related to. And this challenge is the biggest task in humankind. But we have jumped on board the train, and we will be gathering momentum very soon. Let's hear now the official conclusions by Arturo Gonzalo. Please give it up for him. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Buenas tardes a todos y todas.
Thank you very much for being with us here today. And thank you to those who are following this online. Good afternoon, Ms. President of the CNMC. We have had an extraordinarily rich session in terms of content. We have been able to put together different approaches to this new reality that represents the renewable hydrogen in Europe. And I think that we all have a clear feeling that we have taken a very important leap forward since the first time we met 1 year ago on the first day of hydrogen by Enagás. It is extraordinary that in this new field we're getting to move forward so quickly. Let's compare this to the timeline that has been required by other fields in the past. We have had an opening session where we heard the Executive Vice President of the European Commission, Mr. Maroš Šefčovič, and I am keeping two sentences from that clip that he sent to us. First of all, the message that within the hydrogen system, the market is the software and the infrastructure is the hardware. And secondly, that without the necessary infrastructure, the timely necessary infrastructure, we won't be able to materialize the big promise of renewable hydrogen in Europe. We have also heard the third vice president of the government that has covered all the things that have led to this standpoint where we are today in terms of hydrogen. She spoke about the COP28 in Dubai, and this was for her a starting point, and she reflected on the big impact that this has, the fact that we have decided to leave behind the fossil fuels and that we need to have a sense of urgency that is greater than ever. She has also highlighted that we are talking about a decarbonization goal, but that this has great implications in different areas, among which she wanted to highlight the European field and the importance of building a hydrogen system as a contribution towards European project that encompasses the strategic autonomy and the decarbonization goals, among others. In this effort of building a European system, we need to move towards an integrated planning of gas, hydrogen systems that we have moved forward greatly in the past 12 months, that we can say that the presidency of Spain in the second half of 2023 was very fruitful, but this was just the beginning. These are her words. We also had Cristina Lobillo with us today from the European Commission. She also made a very comprehensive summary of the great regulatory progress made in 2023, including the aggregation aspects related to renewable hydrogen, the completion of the Fit for 55 package with the new directive that has set goals for transport and sea transport, and the deployment of the charging stations for land transport, and the great achievement of the directive, the package of decarbonized gas for hydrogen. That was also a relevant factor during the Spanish presidency. Kristina also mentioned a couple of important dates, such as the passing of the final list of PCIs, where we will see H2Med, the Spanish hydrogen backbone, taking a step forward in order to ask for funding from the Connecting Europe facility. And she also told us to pay attention in the month of April, where we will know the results of the first competitive auction on renewable hydrogen launched by the European Hydrogen Bank. And the results of the call for interest have been presented. This was a call for interest that took place between September and November last year, and the results were very remarkable, outstanding even, both in terms of participation. As you might remember, we had 206 companies, 650 projects. That if we just take them like that, the addition of all the capacities of those projects give figures of about 7 million tons of hydrogen produced by 2030, with a national consumption of approximately 1.3 million tons per year. We have seen more demanding scenarios looking for projects that are more mature, and this gave us a sort of bottom line scenario that had an installed power of around 13 gigawatts compared to the PNIEC of 11 gigawatts, and we have considered also an intermediate scenario, the call for interest one, that refers to all those projects that have a purchase contract already signed, or that are being built or developed, or that are being promoted by companies that are already that have already been registered. This gives us a total production of 2.5 million tons of hydrogens, 23.3 gigawatts in terms of electrolysis power, and about 1 million tons per year of consumption, national consumption. We have also given the results for the call for interest, for the interest of the capacity interest for ammonia and CO2. In ammonia, we have seen the interest of producing 5 million tons of ammonia per year, renewable. This represents about 900,000 tons of renewable hydrogen. And regarding the CO2, we have seen an interest for capturing 10.4 million tons per year, and and 53 companies have shown an interest in having transport infrastructure capacities for CO2. The call for interest enables us to reinforce the proposal for projects that Enagás submitted to the PCIs, because it shows that there are enough projects to give sense to their existence, their very existence, and also to support their upscaling. At the same time, we believe there's a lot of work to be done from now onwards in order to fulfill the obligations that gives us the Royal Decree 8/2023 in order to turn this massive consultation into a non-binding proposal that we need to give to the ministry in the month of April. We believe that the call for interest is a great starting point for presenting this proposal for infrastructures based not only on studies regarding their potential, but also based on a real survey within the market that really reflects the interest and the potential of the Spanish market. We have also had a roundtable of the European TSOs. We have seen 6 TSOs, European TSOs, who are participating in the H2Med and some others. And I think that the takeaway from this panel is a single summary sentence given us by their moderator. Without transmission, there's no transformation. This means that infrastructures are necessary for the transition. And we have seen that the effort of creating a European hydrogen network is a shared effort by the member states, the regulatory bodies, the companies, TSOs, HDNOs within the sector. That's probably we will be moving towards a European hydrogen system that will be better integrated from its inception than the gas system ever was, and that the big projects that have been submitted to the PCIs are already clearly progressing according to plan. And H2Med is a great example of this. We have already announced that we have allocated the preliminary engineering works for the H2Med, Barmar in particular, and that these engineering works include the route analysis and the selection of the definitive corridor. And we have also allocated the analysis of the social impacts. And we are talking about projects that are already moving forward, that are becoming more concrete, more specific as time goes on. We have had a very brief presentation by a researcher from the Austrian Institute of Technology, Stefan Reuter, and he has explained the methodology that they have used to compare the different available options for the supply and transport of renewable hydrogen from different countries towards a country that is located in the center of Europe. The analysis clearly reflects that the duct transport is clearly superior to the sea transport, whether it is GNL, liquefied hydrogen, or synthetic gas. The analysis proved that the final cost of putting 1 kilogram of renewable hydrogen in one port of Austria or place in Austria is about half if we take the hydrogen by a duct to the same place from Spain or other locations within Europe. We have also had a great roundtable dealing with the funding. We have heard here a representative from the Energy Department of the United States, and also we have heard the different visions from Europe, from the director of FIMA and the vision also of a great investment fund, infrastructure investment fund. And I think that they have given us several interesting and important messages from Thinea, the message of the importance of the PCI's process in order to be able to solve one of the main problems for infrastructures, which is how to solve the hydrogen system ramp up so that it can have enough capacity at costs that are not unaffordable by the first operators using such infrastructures. PCIs are crucial in this sense, and we have some doubts about what could happen in the next multi-annual framework, funding framework, and also what the European elections will determine the priorities in the sense. But Paloma thinks that the Green Deal needs to stay as a priority within the European agenda for the next multi-annual period, and the Connected Europe facility needs to be duly equipped so that it can support the building phase of the PCIs, because up until 2030 we will be in the study phases. We have attached a great importance to the European Hydrogen Bank. There were questions about it receiving additional funding from the Innovation Fund. And I believe that the shared feeling was that we all think that the European Hydrogen Bank is a great instrument that would need, instead of 3 billion euro every 10 years, would need 3 billion years every year, starting this year. But it depends on the success of this auction, to see if the different participants, the different actors can present some projects that are credible, and I think it has a great potential looking forward. There was later a very interesting presentation from Kristina Haverkamp about a potential mechanism to solve the challenge of the structural ramp-up, how to face the costs of the infrastructures in the first stages when the incomes will not be enough. She explained what they call in Germany the amortization accounting or accounts, whereby you guarantee an income for the infrastructure operators during this first period. Once the system is mature and the income level is guaranteed, you can devote the super EBIT, the excess, it can be given back to the government that paid for the first stages of the development of these processes. This could be a good example for other operators in order to bridge this gap in terms of funding at the launching of any project. I think we heard also a very interesting vision from Óscar Barrero from PwC about what it means to create an economy of renewable hydrogen for a country such as Spain. He has based his presentation on the H2Med and the backbone network. And he talked about not only of the socioeconomic impact of the infrastructure projects, but any other projects feeding these infrastructures. The results were really impressive. We could be looking at a GDP generation of about 32 billion euro per year, and the creation of about 81,000 jobs, which represents about 2% of the GDP. As this is an effect, an impact that we would see particularly in the hallowed rural areas, and this is a multiplying factor for the positive impact of an activity settling down in these rural areas. This was also one of the themes of the following panel that dealt with the socio-economic and technological impact of the green hydrogen economy. We have seen representatives from Spain and abroad, and the takeaway here is that the hydrogen economy is about decarbonization, but not only about that, it's also about competitiveness, about the territorial development, but that we also need to take into account all these aspects in order not to leave behind or aside several stakeholders that would be necessary for a social acceptance. And we have been dealing with the role of the SMEs, and we have talked about how to mobilize the communities within the territories through the setting of specific plans based on information gathering process. And we have also talked about developing the resources, the human resources.
Foco especial, una mirada especial.
A special focus on the concept of just transition linked to the importance of diversity within the hydrogen economy challenge and how this economy needs to be able to bring along all the available resources, highlighting gender and social aspects. We also had a presentation by Raúl Yunta, president of MidGas, setting the foundations of the methodology to be able to set prices within this market, taking into account the maturity level of this market and how MidGas would like to have this role within the hydrogen marketplace. Raúl has encouraged us to join a working group to be able to develop the right methodologies to set these prices, and he's also mentioned the possibility of MidGas organizing auctions to be able to gather supply and demand with regard to this hydrogen marketplace. We've also had a technical presentation by the General Director of Infrastructures and the Technical Services Director of Enagás on HyLoop. HyLoop is the new hydrogen metrology center belonging to the company, aimed at being one of the reference centers in Europe. And I think that the main message with regard to this presentation is that the economy of hydrogen will bring many challenges. Some are regulatory, others are financial, some are purely technical, and the message is that European TSOs have joined the H2 Gap initiative to be able to solve these technical challenges. Among them, we have the creation of these metrology centers that are now being commissioned. They are all open, and they will be providing services to all the different stakeholders within the hydrogen value chain. We have had a last roundtable on the value chain of hydrogen. We had Thomas Malango, the moderator, summarizing the content of the roundtable. This makes my work easier. The importance of the valleys of hydrogen, the differences between hydrogen as a molecule, as a raw material for refining, for ammonia, for steel sectors, and the hydrogen as an industrial carrier, the importance of working on the capillarity of networks together with the distribution companies, the importance of hydrogen as a decarbonization driver of the transportation sector, taking into account the requirements, creating a strong demand for hydrogen in Europe during the next years. Thomas has also mentioned the challenge of regulation and the need for higher visibility on demand and prices. He's also drawn the attention on the fact that an industrial value chain facing this huge challenge, and we have to be careful with bottlenecks in this regard. With this, I'm moving on to the thank you section. This event has been made possible thanks to many people. Thank you to Elena, our conductor, our moderator. Thank you to all the people who have helped us organize the presentations, the panels, the speakers, moderators. It's been an amazing work. The team from Enagás, led by Felisa Martín, that has made this event possible. Congratulations. Thank you very much. All of those who have accompanied us in this endeavor, aimed at reaching success for everyone, representatives of embassies, companies, and regions, and also to colleagues from other TSOs that are joining forces. Thank you, and also representatives of distribution companies. Also, thank you to the board. Thank you to the public representatives that are defending this cause. We've had the Vice President this morning, the third Vice President of Spain, and for the second time, we have with us the President of the National Commission on Markets and Competition of Spain. Thank you to Cani Fernández. The support of the regulator is, of course, key with regard to this support. Thank you for your presence, and you have the floor.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is an honor for me to be closing this second day of hydrogen of Enagás. It is a must, I think. This is the second year during which I have heard the clear progress made since the last event, and I think this is also an essential event for the industry. Thank you to Enagás, thank you Antonio Villarga and Arturo Gonzalo for their contribution to the dialogue and the discussion within the field of hydrogen. We need to reflect to be able to act. Thank you for your kind invitation. I'm just going to share 4 basic ideas with regard to the use of hydrogen as a new energy carrier that is renewable and also independent. First of all, it is an energy raw material that will be added to our portfolio of energy resources, and particularly for certain industries, such as transportation, that cannot find alternatives to fossil fuels, and this is very much needed. Hydrogen generated via renewables will help us manage the energy system with additional storage. It is essential to be able to fully decarbonize our economy. Without it, it wouldn't be possible. Third idea, we will optimize the use of resources, and this will contribute towards the stability of our energy system, and this is an important objective of the regulator. Hydrogen is a challenge for everyone in terms of technology, investment, industry, government, and regulators. This is why we need to join forces to be able to also take out the most of this learning curve. We need innovation, investment also in technologies, because the learning curve is steep, and we have to collaborate to be able to learn quicker, to move forward in the competitiveness of the industry, because if not, this carrier will not be reality. Hydrogen is not only important for Europe, it is also being used to be able to fulfill environmental objectives all around the world. We have the examples of Japan, of South Korea, Germany in Europe. These countries are implementing national plans to be able to incorporate hydrogen. The European Union has strengthened its participation in these projects. Hydrogen will help us reduce the greenhouse effect gases by 35% to be able to reach climate neutrality by 2050. Hydrogen is essential. It is key for the hydrogen strategy. We want to produce 10 million tons and import 10 million tons with regard to also investments in renewable hydrogen. You've also mentioned the European Hydrogen Bank that will promote private investments in the European Union countries and third countries. We will get to know more about the auctions during next week's. These auctions will be a good indicator of the way forward. Within the transportation industry, we have to move forward. The Objective 55 package also sets ambitious objectives. We have clear examples of these ambitions. Spain, at the end of December, opened the electricity planning initiative with an incorporation of 11 gigawatts in electrolyzers. And since last year, we have a system of origins guarantee for renewables gases, so that there's certification in the case of hydrogen, biogas, etc. This is essential for renewable gases because it promotes competitiveness. It also contributes towards carbon neutrality. This is a clear objective of Europe for 2050. The potential of hydrogen is huge, but also certain challenges lie ahead. We have to get to know them. We have to face them. The main one has to do with cost. If we compare the cost to fossil fuels production, well, this means that we have to continue working so that hydrogen is more competitive. We need innovation. We need research and development also within this field to be able to increase efficiency and competitiveness. In Spain, in terms of the production cost, we have a clear competitive edge. We are strong in renewables. In the wholesale market in 2023, we have the lowest electricity electricity price, except for Nordic countries. And our climate is also favorable. We have natural resources that allow us to have a continuous supply. This is a clear competitive edge. We need to efficiently develop transportation networks. Repower EU sets the 5 main corridors for hydrogen. One of them is the H2Med. At the end of last year, the European Commission adopted a new list of common interest projects, including this corridor. Hydroducts will unify and connect Portugal with Spain and France, Germany as a destination of this national production, and this project will allow us to transport 2 million tons by 2030. This is 10% of the expected consumption for that year. So very positive figures. Additionally, the list of PCIs includes electrolyzers, storage, capabilities, the development of the whole value chain of hydrogen. To these PCIs, we will be seeing strong investments. They will allow us to accelerate the development of the sector, avoiding the fact that consumers might be the ones bearing the cost. The conditions are set, are ready to be able to make this a reality. The role of regulators. Well, among the most relevant issues, we have the allocation of the hydrogen functions, similarly to the gas. In this case, the National Commission has participated with other regulators, ENACE, with regard to the design of the market, also changes within the gas package, including hydrogen, to be able to implement the Fit for 55 strategy, to consolidate the regulatory framework of hydrogen and renewable gas, being closer and closer to reality. In last December trilogues, the gas directive amendment was approved with the hydrogen regulation, and this will be published during the first part of the year. It is an important step to be able to clarify certain aspects and to move forward in the future of hydrogen. We should then modify the law on hydrocarbons here in Spain to be able to include these amendments. It is about creating a single market from the very beginning, learning from the past and bringing stability. Up to now, the CNMC has worked on the integration of biomethane in the system, and this has also led to strong investments in different regions, especially with regard to waste management, requiring circular economy solutions. The CNMC has also launched an open consultation, and we will be modifying the law to be able to have the inclusion of renewable gases. The biomethane procedure and the future hydrogen procedure will share the approval of this law with non-discrimination clauses, clarification clauses, and also with regard to the right of access and the proxy's role. But hydrogen has different cases, especially with regard to capacity, quality. These matters have to be analyzed case by case due to the limitations of blending in the network. The capacity of the network has to be used in profit of consumers that will really bring value to this market. Additionally, we are focusing on the demand of new infrastructures for the logistics of hydrogen, also with regard to the access of to the gas market via blending. We have to take into account different technical requirements. The networks have to be interoperable. The European directives allocate the regulating agencies an essential role when it comes to regulating this sector. This is similar to what we have done with regard to liberalizing the gas sector. We have different competencies, and the regulations are being developed.
Our experience in the gas sector is very valuable at this time, and especially in the migration of natural gas towards other types of energies. And the whole of the regulatory bodies at a European level gather a lot of knowledge, and we are destined to guide this sector towards the best practices. In the case of hydrogen, we are starting from scratch, and we can design a single market that is competitive, non-discriminatory, and safe. We need to explore our European dimension. It is a project that for the first time it's been presented in European terms, and this presents us the opportunity of profiting from our competitive advantages. And here, again, Spain has a lot to offer. Regulator bodies will have to adapt the regulatory framework to offer investors, as I heard in the last panel, to offer those investors this certitudes that they need in order to remove the barriers and to protect consumers and other actors. We need to find the balance between the regulatory guarantees and also in the context of this changing and evolving sector. Hydrogen is not only another actor or agent added to the renewable existing renewable energies, but it is actually key, and it will determine the way we transport, capture, and use energy. The liquefied and fuels will, or liquid fuels, will not be separate from the rest of the energy sources and will have to operate with hydrogen. And we need to have a global view from the planning to consumption, from generation to demand. When we are able to do this, we will be able also to maximize the benefits and minimize the costs. We need to all be a part of this, to make significant investments to push the development of hydrogen. It needs not be only something that is the task of a country alone. We need to promote synergies between governments, industries, the academia, and international organizations in order to share the knowledge, the resources, to establish standards and policies, and to create this single market from the very beginning. Finally, I need to say that this will all make sense only if we put at the core of everything the consumer and their decisions. We need to take them into account when we are developing things, when we are debating all these things. They are the ones that give sense to our work, and I am sure that as a representative from the regulators and all of us gathered here today, this makes a lot of sense. The potential benefits of hydrogen will only be materialized if we take into account the consumers. Finally, I would like to congratulate all those of you who have made possible this event, and I want to thank you for your commitment, your energy. Let's keep working together. Thank you, Cani Fernández, the president of the CNMC. Thank you for doing this institutional closing of this event. Just before I say goodbye, I would like to remind you of a couple of things. Please.
Translation, don't take them home in your bags. You cannot use them with a TV at home. Please remember to hand them back, devolverlos a la entrada at the entrance.
Please return these devices at the entrance. All of you who have the headsets, please do not forget to return them. And in particular, the Spanish people in the audience who have not needed these headsets in the past presentations, please do not forget them. Thank you to all the organizers, because thanks to your lights, to the audio, to the clips, to everything in place here, you have turned me into a great anchor of this event today. And as the president of the CNMC was saying today, thanks to all of you here following this online, she has said that this event has become a must. So I trust that we will be meeting again in the third day of hydrogen by Enagás in 2025. Until then, we have a lot of work to do. So let's start working. Thank you very much. Goodbye.